that's a threat. The same as the Ku Klux Klan, the same as you have the Iranian government, and the people who run the government are the threat to the country. It's not Islam, right? And so I just want you to understand, and I know a lot of you probably don't see it that way. But it's not Islam's threat. You've got Islamic people that live here in the country. They're no threat to this country.
But they want
Muslims are I'm no threat to the United States of America. I'm trying to Allahu Akbar. No one's trying to hurt
You forgot the Allah at the end.
because they're a Muslim. That doesn't make you a threat. The threat is the government. The government has vowed death to America, right? That's their government. That's not their religious belief system.
Yeah, when someone calls jihad, that's their religion.
I'm sorry?
When someone calls for a jihad, that's their religion.
Yeah, I'm just curious though, because you have Al Qaeda, you have ISIS, Al Shabaab, you have all of these Muslims that commit terrorism that are not part of a government or a state, and when they kill, they do it in the name of Islam. Alhamdulillah.
right. And they're exactly It's exactly like Christianity. Then why aren't y'all Christian?
Well, what I'm saying to you is,
Hello,
you can't deny
so why aren't
that
you
we
a
have
Christian?
Christian terrorists.
So why
I mean,
aren't you
can
a
you
Christian?
deny that?
Why aren't you a Christian?
I'm sorry.
Terrorism needs to be named for us. Just any name.
You want me to tell you why I'm not a Christian, and I'm going to be very honest.
Terrorism needs imminent
I'm gonna tell
reaction.
you,
Can we go back to the title of the room?
Here's the reason why I'm not a Christian. Because I don't believe that Jesus is my God. I believe in a supreme being. I don't believe that a man could be God. I don't believe that. Now, I do believe that Jesus is
Your
the
belief is not important between Iran and United States.
but Jesus isn't my God. And so I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Total.
But that's just my belief system, that Jesus didn't create all this. This is a beautiful land. These mountains.
You're going to hell for not accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Congratulations.
It's not my Lord and Savior.
Oh, why you blasphemous son of a gun.
Well, hey, I don't believe that. That's not what I believe. But this happened.
You're wrong. Your beliefs are wrong.
Because I don't believe that? No.
Total poll. I'm going to get a little bit back on subject. What did you make of the Bondi?
That's what I wanted to talk about.
And now you go after him, yeah.
What did you say again? What was the question?
Pam Bondi was fired this morning. What do you make of that?
Resign.
Resigned.
Resigned.
The whole thing, but Pam Bondi was on her way out because, well, the reality of it is, and I'm just going to say it. I know y'all don't believe this, but Trump has been compromised. Trump, I don't know whether it was from the Epstein files.
They tried to assassinate President Trump first.
Or was it from money? Yes, because Trump came into this, and we know this. Excuse me, please. Trump came into this when he came in. He was $420 million in debt, and we know that. And Trump right now is up $2 billion. He's up $2 billion, right? So that means he had to make the $420 million back, and then made $2 billion on top of that. Now, where did all this money come from? I think that Benjamin Netanyahu and the rest of the Israeli Jews bought Trump's ass. So that's why after that speech that
The
he
money of this issue is not so proud for you.
I think they own it. That's what I think happened, and that's just my belief. That's how I look at it. I think Trump was compromised, and I voted for him, but I don't support what he's doing because he should have took the shit to the Congress and asked the Congress if they want to vote on it.
All right, thanks, Doug. Appreciate it.
Ready?
Go ahead, King Nav. King Nav's going to do a quick step. No, King Nav's just going to go real quick, then you can.
And by the way, when someone says Allah Akbar, you gotta say Allah at the end. So I'm just thinking of that. Come on, can you mute this guy? guy. Matt?
All right, check, Marcette, check the rule on top. You got one warning. Okay, there's the second warning. And the third means out the door. Gotta remove it.
Bye.
Kick him. All right. So, first of all, Pam Bondi resigned. We knew she was on her way out. Now, the question will be who Trump replaced. Right now, you have a deputy AG who's running the show. The question is, will he have the balls to put in Matt Gaetz to run the show? Okay. If he puts in that will be incredible. Now, Matt, just for the record, I know you were asking back channel. I have taken my name out of the running, out of the contention, so you won't be considering me. But another interesting pick is Ron Moskowitz, who could be a choice. So, and Sword, I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm out right now. Right now, I don't want to do it, but maybe at a later time. But I do think he'll choose someone good, and you'll see some things change. Oh, and by the way, he's in no circumstances will I consider Nick in any way. Pa, thank you.
Shut up, Queen.
That's
You
unfortunate.
want to take this outside, Nick?
I thought I saw an article.
Yeah,
that said Todd Blanche.
Yeah, I think he might be intern right now, and then I've seen Lee Zeldin. Of course, you're gonna see all kinds of names.
No, Zeldin. You have a zoo?
And then, then I heard Ann Hero was floated as a possibility. I mean, I don't know. Everything's on the table right now.
Matt, you can't have a zoo for an AG. That's all I'm gonna. Zoo means like animals in the zoo. That's what I meant.
What did she resign for?
She resigned for a corporate job because apparently she was trying to use knee pads and no one was interested, so she went to the corporate world. Serious. She's going where Kamala went, in the goo.
Copy.
I'm serious. If you read Trump's post, she's going to a private sector job where she's needed. And probably she was like on her knees all the time, and everyone's like, no, I don't want that. And she was like, oh, all right.
She's gonna be the new Monica. She's gonna be a Monica or something.
No, Kamala Harris somewhere, yeah. Yeah, Blanche is a deputy.
able to do this job.
Allah Akbar, Allah.
You guys tired of winning yet?
It's wrong. It's wrong. Thing.
Never tired.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Yeah, man.
I lost all respect for Trump.
Wake it up.
So
gonna do a better job covering the Epstein file or hiding the Epstein
I
file?
think he sold out, and it's unfortunate that he sold out. But I know, he was under the gun. I mean, anytime you owe $400 million like that, that's a lot of money to have to pay back. And so I think he just did what he had to do, and they bought him. I think the Jews bought him. They bought him,
Goddamn Jews.
and they own his ass.
Is that why he's considering Lee Zeldin?
I won't say anything negative against
They
him.
introduced it.
I feel like
Just
that-
5 mics, please. 5 mics.
This
is a very bad kind of political play. Compare the international danger to the boss.
Deport him, man.
You know who else is a dirty Jew, and they didn't tell you about it? Is the mullahs in Iran?
Exactly. Mullah needs to be a spokesperson.
Yeah, they're a bunch of Jews.
Not a bar issue.
Yep. Fucking assholes.
I think that I am too right and you cannot tolerate. It is more than your expectation. 91 million people are in the internet blackout. It is not important. Talk about poor allegations against, for example.
Like when I came on your face, right? When I came on your mom's face, though, right, bro? Is that true, bro?
No, I am just making my own side.
No, that I came on her face, remember?
I am making my own side.
I am mom face comer.
What are you?
Can you open
Mom face comer.
left and right side of your mouth?
This is what the important for me.
Come on, be easy on Peter. He's trying his best. Okay.
Thank you for this.
I Okay, so
Your mom was doing my hair and gave me blowjob, and my hair looked real nice.
oh my gosh. So any updates on Iran or anything going on? I mean, MAGA? Is that the update?
Yeah, I got some. Would you like to hear them? Yeah, so currently we are putting belt to ass to the IRGC. That's right. Belt to fucking ass. Freaking CENTCOM was talking about, they are receiving intel about the IRGC ground forces. A lot of them are basically fleeing. They're abandoning their posts. So yeah, I mean, anybody who's following CENTCOM on Telegram, I mean, every day they're giving positive information. Hell, they're fact checking the IRGC because that's the only thing capable the IRGC has the ability to really project out as bullshit. So yeah, I mean, other than that, I mean, like Pepe said, the Cheeto Dick Man, is pretty much teabagging the whole fucking regime, and there's nothing they can do about it. All right, there's your update for.
I think that you have some judgments besides everything. Like solo. You are not using it with yogurt, you are using it with mayonnaise. It is not very good for health.
Are we losing this, Peter? Are we losing the war, Peter, you think?
Peter, did you just leave the dentist? What is going on here?
He's got a little gauze in the mouth.
I think that they cannot help themselves.
And he just got his wisdom tooth pulled. Peter, just a yes or no. Yes or no? Do you think we're losing the war? The U.S. is losing the war?
I think that it is not. It cannot be just in this point, but it should be continued until a result. This cannot be resolved until they are on the scene, because they will always reproduce. They would always stay back, lie, and try to stay alive, to reproduce and come back stronger always, with some kind of bad intentions from the last memories. They always keep memories, and they try to intensify that into the next steps. They are not in the level of country management. This is a very bad role model for the world. We want to teach your children to become like the international danger, then you can lead the country.
Are you scared?
I got 4 words in your thing, but okay.
Peter, are you scared? Are you scared about? I'm just asking because
No, I am not expert. I promise.
Peter,
Alright, so speak up a little. So when you talk, it makes it sound like you're scared. So, kind of open up that mouth a little bit.
I'm bicycle in the gym with heartbeat higher than normal, but when I'm thinking, I am stressed. If you listen to this, it's not a problem. It is because of that. It is not because of discussion.
Peter, I didn't understand your point, to be honest. Can you
It's not important for you to understand. You are not from Iran. You are from United States. I saw your profile. I prefer not to react to you. I prefer to take my own side. You take your own side. Then credibility comes.
Why don't you take the side
I don't
of
want to
nuts?
come to
How about that?
this kind of biases.
What?
Bullshit. Your mind you make out of your brain. Try to extend. You are not like this.
I don't understand it.
Lucy, do you want to answer that question? Do you feel
What's the question?
do you feel the U.S. is losing the war or losing the?
I think that
Peter, it's for
the trend is not bad.
I know,
It needs
Peter,
to
I get it.
continue until the mullahs are exploded.
Okay, Peter.
Until they are all exploded.
Okay. Now, Lucy, do you feel that we're losing the war, or like maybe the PR version of it? I don't know. What is your take on everything right now?
So, I think, it's hard to say, to be honest. Just too early. I think just that the war will take longer than people might have expected. And yeah, I think like, yeah, it's hard to say, to be honest. It's like still too early to decide. Like, it depends on how long the US wants to pursue the war, you know? Like, the US doesn't lose the war. The US gets bored of a war and they just withdraw, you know? And that's how it goes, you know? So that's my 2 cents.
Welcome, Dr. Jasmine. Good morning.
Hello. Good. Well,
Hi.
I'm in Florida, so good afternoon.
Oh yeah, afternoon. Good point.
Now's a good time to end the room, Matt.
No.
Hey, Jazzy, how are you?
Hey, Naveen.
How you
been?
doing? It's been a long time.
I know. I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing great.
What are your feelings currently right now in real time about any of the Bondi or the current situation in Iran? Has anything changed for you or no?
No, I disagree with Pam Bondi. She said, "Why didn't you ask Merrick Garland these questions?" You know, Pam Bondi is not the first person or the only person we should be blaming for the mishandling of the Epstein files. That's how I feel. And I also feel the same about Iran. That is a shit show.
That's how you do it. Nice, short, and sweet, folks.
Sorry.
No, I'm not taking blame on you. Like I said, I'm sorry.
It's
No,
like,
you
my
just
bad.
did this, man.
I didn't do. Ask Naveen.
You mean the king?
King, that's a good point. Anything changed? What do you make of all this? You haven't even spoke on it yet.
I think I spoke earlier. Bondi's out. I think she should. Hopefully, Matt Gaetz or someone takes over. I mean, this is going to be the key moment for Trump to see who he names as the mayor. Right now, he has the acting, which is the former deputy Blanche. But let's see who he puts in there. If he puts in Lee Zeldin, I gave you my point earlier. Where I never like going to the zoo, so that's all I'm going to say there about that running it. But let's see who. Because we have the Bronx Zoo and things like that already. So anyway, maybe DeSantis. DeSantis would be an interesting choice because he's anyway going to be out later this year. His term is done this year. So he'd be a fascinating choice to step up and do it and resign early.
Don't you have to be an attorney?
No, DeSantis is an attorney.
Yeah, he already is one. Yeah.
Oh shit!
You didn't even know that about your own governor?
Yeah,
My goodness.
Hell.
All I know is I'll suck his.
What the?
I take it she knew
You got Jazzy. You got Matt jealous now. Of Ron.
Yeah, Matt muted me. And I'm joking. I muted myself.
Matt was all like, "Wait, what does DeSantis have that I?"
No. I was saying that to say that I'm a super fan of DeSantis. I like almost all of his policies, and if he just so happens to be a little corrupt along the way, I say fuck it, let it go. I love the guy.
The only bad part about DeSantis is he's a midget. Like, if you see, he's actually a midget. He had to wear heels during the presidential campaign because he was like, people were like, wow, he's a midget. Like, would people be looking down upon him?
That's enough. Not too much slander on my governor, okay? Thank you.
Just, says will ethic American company.
What?
Come again? Go ahead and say it again. I don't know how to say your name. Nessup? I don't know how to say it.
Yes.
Repeat it.
Iran Trump. Iran is causing
Okay, repeat it again. Hello?
Max, we can hear you. Max, where are you from?
He talking to you, Matt. He said, "Where you from?" United States. Where are you from?
Turkey. I'm from Turkey.
Oh. So, what do you think of the situation over in Iran?
But I support you. Free America.
What? Damn, pull out a translator, bro. This is hurting my ears.
Yeah, get better internet, maybe.
Better what?
We don't understand you. It's like getting cut all the time.
Okay.
What is happening? What is happening?
I'm the toilet right now. I am hoping.
Oh, you're in Iran? You're in Iran? I didn't
He's
know.
on a
Yes.
toilet.
Iran, not Iran. Iran and
He's from Turkey.
He's
I
Turkish.
am here.
He took a picture inside the club and he's in the bathroom,
Every
so
time
just
you make
mute
this
him.
mistake, I will
Gosh,
make it talk. You should not.
So he's into that club.
Yeter. Yeter.
This is
Yeter.
offensive.
Yeter. Can I get your
He's triggering everyone that doesn't speak
Napkin.
English.
napkin?
Well, it's kind of
Please.
hard to do this.
Mates, napkin. I want the napkin. Please, please.
Your
Sleeper
name.
cells activated.
Is there's probably is a sleep like getting organized. Is that, are you part of that group or like are you?
Why can't we get album?
Allah Akbar, Allah.
No.
If you agree, you know what to say.
I can't live it, man. I can only kick him.
What are you saying, Mike?
He's allowed to stay.
Allah Akbar, Allah.
Allah Akbar.
Oh my gosh.
So you speak Arabic?
You need to shout it.
Zihad.
I'm Muslim, but
Sorry to hear that.
Matt, what the fuck is going on in here?
I support you.
Freedom of expression.
Thank you. We support you too.
I support Zoo.
Jazzy, please read the top of the room. You can see that it's a little different today.
Iran is an underdeveloped country.
Which country are you?
Also, I wanted to ask a question. I wanted to figure out if this was true or not, but Pam Bondi had said that when she received the Epstein files, a lot of them were already previously redacted. Like they received them already blacked out, and they didn't have a lot of the original documents. Did that turn out to be true or not?
That's a good question. I wasn't aware of that.
Iran says that it will American.
Anyway, she said they redacted what they could, right? What they could find the original documents of.
Yeah.
She said a lot of those documents,
Iran-
especially regarding Chase Bank,
Iran,
a lot of
Iran
the banking
is
executives.
American.
Allah Akbar, Allah.
No,
Exactly. They are out of this making slogan in the political discussion. For example, praying in the middle of official meetings, make points in this kind of
What?
dumb place, you know? Too dumb.
Yo, I feel racist as fuck.
What?
I don't know what this
When are you
guy's saying,
kidding?
man.
Mullah is
Where are you
also
the
the
kidding?
same thing.
Yo, Jazz, you got me dying. I ain't gonna lie.
What the?
No, well, doctor, this is Belgian accent. This is Belgian accent.
Sorry to hear that. Persian,
I'm not English. Also, I'm not American. I'm trying to like.
Yeah, I thought she said Persian. She said Persian.
Where are you from?
Is he?
He's from the Caribbean.
I'm from the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's easy.
Peter sounds that way because he ate camel's pussy.
You mean
He
Kamala?
he says she's from Jamaica.
Kamala.
I didn't just say you mean Kamala.
I'm from Thailand.
So they have a
I
massage.
promise you, whenever I will speak some kind of important things, this whole thing will come up some kind of logic behind in a couple of seconds after. I promise you.
I
It would
understood
be
you,
like
Peter.
this until we are on a session with it.
Here, do you need a throat massager?
No, I
Yeah,
heard
they
them
are
that
like
time.
this. They are always jealous and some kind of, they are burning.
Say the last part again.
We should just avoid them to focus on our own shit. Then we prove
I understood that part.
All the stats and reports, not
To
all
avoid
kind
who?
of negative as possible. But these people want to make.
Is he
Who
French?
with these people? He said these people.
Look, these
Peter, I got you a question. How do you?
whenever you want to bring up some important points, they would bring up some kind of logic afterwards.
Let's try to figure out how to pop start cut.
Behind that logic. But when the time
So the
comes,
question
the
is
brutality of them are not comparable with the tone that
Is
we are
it-
using right now.
is the Prime Minister of France, his name Macron or Macron?
It is whole different thing on the same. You can see football satellites for yourself, how they live.
Macron is the
It's not,
president.
it is just,
Nickname, man.
Peter,
it's not their tone.
Peter, which settlers are you talking about?
Now we don't need to prove ourselves. The whole world is being watched by satellites and different technologies that they are scared of. Now because of that, the whole country of Iran is in the internet blackout. Because they are scared of the information that Iranian people have to expose this. So you would have not hesitated. You would have not hesitated to fuck the mall for history of humanity. To revive and reproduce.
Can you back up a little bit?
You know, they
What?
are two
What?
speeches. Mullahs are
Guys, who are we fucking, Peter? Who are we fucking?
What information?
information of
Yeah.
the credibility of the cases that come.
We already know that they genocided those
the whole
people.
country is in the internet blackout for this kind of cover-up. You
Yo,
know?
yo,
And
can
they
I
reach
say
the home of
something?
people and it is always
Alright, never.
covered. But the world is that.
Is
It is the intelligence officers.
No,
Yeah, Peter, why don't you shut the fuck up and let someone ask you? We don't understand you.
It is not important for me. You shut the fuck up.
Oh, he cussing you out in a squeaky voice. I know you ain't gonna take that.
It just took Jazzy to bring it out of him.
Exactly. I am too professional for your side. You can't
So all you gotta do, so if English is a second language, all you gotta do is piss them off, and the English clear up real quick.
Yeah, you shut the fuck up, okay?
Bro, we just got his fucking
Retaliated immediately.
So is it time for a real American to speak? And I need my.
They did not accept
Yeah, but if we want a real American to speak, it won't be you. Can we have someone else that's really from America talk?
I got you, Miss Garrett. What do you want to know, Miss Garrett? Come on, what do you want to know, Miss? When I got you, lady.
Well, I wanted to know which settlers Peter was talking about, and also he said that they have information of
You
genocide.
got your own words.
Yo, could you shut the fuck up?
Don't talk about me. Talk about yourself.
Hey, dude, shut your bullshit looking ass up.
Hey, Peter said, y'all better keep his name out your mouth.
This is how fucking wars are started. Niggas don't understand each other. It's a fucking language barrier. And then now I'm dropping bombs on your ass.
Peter's fucking head looks like a used dildo.
But Peter, listen real quick. I wasn't trying to talk about you. Just hear me out. I wanted to know if you were saying Iranians are covering up Iranian genocide, or is Israel covering up Israeli genocide?
Mullah is covering up. It is disconnecting the internet of whole country with 91 million population to hide and try to cover up the crimes that they did and the genocides that they have been trying, but they were unsuccessful. They tried. 500,000 is not a low number. 500,000 casualties in informal channels is not something that is possible to be digested by somebody who lived there and grew up there. It is not possible. You don't understand. You don't understand us. But it is some kind of big difference in our opinions. When you make opinions,
But I don't understand your opinion, Peter. I'm trying to understand your opinion.
He said the mullah covering up the mullah. He means like Khamenei and people with religion.
What is the mullah?
Mullah is someone who's like the Pope.
Peter, can I ask you a question? Literally, can you say something for me? Home is where you make it. Say it as best you can. Home is where you.
Sorry, I couldn't get your point. I didn't understand.
You kind of did. Say home is where you make it.
I like that because all these people, they keep trying to get the governments to conform to them, when really you should be going to start your own country if you have these views that don't align with your government. I agree. You should find a new home. Home is where you make it. Why should you get other countries to come in, overthrow the regime that you don't like?
Because it is not just only our problem. They have killed from everybody. For example, they sent severe bodies of deaf people to Germany. They did a lot of other things to other countries. They have attacked all the neighbors. They have put all the countries themselves under sanctions for a long time.
I think he's talking about the
regime.
National danger. They separated the land of Iran from others.
Is he talking about Iran?
Yes.
Yeah, Iranian regime.
Acceptable. They are
Thank
not
you. Now we're on the same fucking page. That's why I've been asking him for 20 fucking minutes. Who the fuck is he talking about?
Peter gonna turn around and say, "You don't speak English?"
Right, like I've been asking for 20 minutes too.
He might say that to you.
Answering the question. I know what you're saying, but I'm saying instead of him answering the question, he goes on a long diatribe and start offering numbers of genocide. Like I want to know who the hell you was talking about in the first place.
This is not a political language. Who the hell are you and think? In this level,
Yeah, Peter from the hood. He don't talk like that.
Elections.
Well, he does. He's trying to tell me to be proper, but I'm a fucking black American, nigga. It's like, hello? I don't have to talk like I'm in Congress right
Peter
now.
from the hood. Who you talking about? He don't talk politics. Tell him.
I want to ask a question out of the context. Doctor, what is the picture? What kind of food is this? Is this potato?
Yes, it's sweet potato. But
Local elections.
we call it candy yams, even though it's not a yam, it's sweet potato.
I have to try.
And maybe Peter could make it for you sometime.
No, Peter can make me Iranian food, which is, let me remember what kind of
Yes,
food
I
they
can make all of them. I can cook all of them with a special recipe of.
By the way, the Iranian food is really good. It's really delicious. We have Iranian restaurants.
Would they be making some saffron rice and shit?
Yes, saffron rice.
And he was
They love
joking.
yogurt. They love salty yogurt. It's actually delicious, for real.
It's delicious. It's like a worse Afghani food, but it's a good food.
They put the yogurt on like a panini or some
With
shit.
the rice. Ay banini, no banini, habibi. Rice with yogurt.
Okay, yeah.
Panini in Italiano.
Yo, Peter just said the fat girls of
Some kind of
something.
desserts. They have different recipes.
Peter cussing you the
Peter's
fuck out.
continue talking.
He done had it. I'm telling you.
Fat girls of America.
He said y'all be the bag of all.
Peter don't crip walk. He camel wobbles.
He got the mask on. Look. All right now.
But honestly, he have a point. He have a point. It's all about the regime.
On a side note, I
Can you
made
tell us what he
turkey
what he was
pasta one
saying?
night.
There is one food named
I don't know what he's saying.
Your turkey pasta tasted like shit.
Turkish pasta was amazing, bro.
Your turkey pasta tasted like shit. Different accent.
I said Turkish pasta, not turkey pasta, you slow
Your
fuck.
Turkish pasta smelled like shit.
All right, I'll accept the insult now. Thanks.
Is it the same language, just different accent? And you use ragu sauce with the
Iranian accent in English, it will be different than Arab accent in English, like Indian, like South Asian, like any other country, like Italiano. He's trying, he's no English, that's good.
what language? Where is his accent from? Like, where,
He's Iranian, 100%. The accent shows he's Iranian.
and you're Iranian too?
I'm Arab.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, he sounds kind of French, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't he sound a
How
little
the
French?
fuck does that sound French?
No, he doesn't sound French.
I'm trying.
And you seem like Bulgarian to me, Ben.
Hello, my dear
Man,
friend.
never mind.
How you
I
doing?
don't think, I think that y'all are retarded. I ain't gonna lie, Peter sound like he's from outer space. He don't have no fucking accent I've ever recognized in my life.
You're another genius.
Doctor, I promise you, if somebody's Iranian and English is their second language, they have the first, they will talk like Peter. This is how they speak.
Guys, I've been speaking to Iranian the whole day.
He's
So,
Iranian. Sorry to hear that.
Can someone else answer these questions that I'm asking? Does this nigga sound like he's from Iran? Somebody else.
Like, his voice is low.
I need to hear another Iranian talk because
Who's he? Are you Iranian?
no, not Iranian.
Yeah. Sayed is? I thought. Sayed, are you?
Say it, maybe.
No, I'm from Afghanistan, bro.
You're out.
But your name is Hashimi at the end. Aren't you Iran? You write in Iranian language, so you are Iranian, say it.
No, I'm from Afghanistan.
There is no.
Ah, okay, my
I speak the
mistake. My
Iranian
mistake.
language because
He about to start
they are my neighbor. I know their language.
So say it, Afghanistan also you write in Arabic? Arabic
No.
letters, I mean. But you're writing in Arabic letters.
Yeah, Arabic letters, but not Arabic. It's
Ah,
different
okay.
language.
Okay, thank you for the information.
Or can you speak on behalf of Afghan people too?
It sounds like he got cotton in his mouth.
Doctor, this is how they speak the Iranian.
he just sounds like Mr. Popov. You said Mr. Popov.
I reached the point where I want to add you and send you a video so you know actually how they
He just got one of those.
Yeah, like, man, you know, like, I'm bro. Y'all know he does not sound like he's a fucking Iranian. Iranian. Okay, whatever.
say Iran. This is how you say it.
Oh, I thought it was
Iran
Iran.
are not available
No, say
right
Iran.
now. In Iran,
Isn't it
internet is
Persia?
not working right now.
Persia and English,
From
like
Iran.
Egypt. Egypt in Arabic we call it Masr. Only English people call it Egypt. So it's different for the country.
Whoa. Let's slow down a little bit.
Oh, bye.
Um,
You're laughing.
Whoa, let's slow down a tad bit. We're moving too fast right now.
We slowed down. No, they said he got the internet down. That's a good question.
Yeah, Kendo, like, come on, man. This nigga's not Iranian. He sounds French.
Let's bet on 1,000 KD, which is how much in USD? Wait.
Says
What was that?
3,000.
3,000 something
Take
USD.
the high
That
one.
he's
My KB
Iranian.
and Call of Duty good.
I'm not betting you more
Like
than
what?
10 USD.
No, it's 3,000 USD. Like, go,
Did you hear me? I'm not betting you more than 10 USD.
$10?
Why you?
No, I'll give you $20 and believe me, he's Iranian.
All right,
He's-
$20.
He's Iranian. Why he's right now online? Because in Iran, internet is not available right now. How he's online from
Maybe
Iran?
he's not in Iran, guys.
90% of these
So what he just left
dipshits
yesterday?
are not on. All of them are on the west.
His last name is Ahmedi. His last name.
Wait a minute.
Majority of these dipshits, most of these dipshits are living over here in America
Wait a
and in
minute.
Europe. None of them are in Iran. They're scared of Iran. They're scared
I
of
can
Iran.
speak Iran.
That's why they fled like cowards.
His last name is Ahmedi. Ahmedi is an Iranian. Ahmedi, not Ahmed, is an Iran. If it's E at the end, it is Iran.
Hold on. So just because I tell you, well, my last name is Johnson.
You're Iranian too.
You believe me? Because that's not my last name. I can tell you anything on the internet.
Jazzy, you're Iranian too.
If I told you diamond the pictures are orange, would you also? I promise you, he's Iranian.
Please give me
Hey, what country you
one
from?
chance. I will show you
Kuwait.
he's from Iran or not.
Kuwait? Ew, hey.
Big nose.
So you Kuwait?
Who's the haywan who said that? Who's the kid?
He
Who's the
said,
sharmuta who said that?
Yeah, who is the Sharmuta? Hey, yo, get that easy.
are you in a, if you don't mind me asking you, are you in a apostate?
She's a big nose
Alright.
guys.
Are you an apostate?
Chinese
What?
thing that.
Are you in a state of kuf?
What do you mean?
You don't practice Islam, yes or no?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you kuffar. Thank you. That's all I was asking.
Shut up.
Right.
Don't say my name.
I only figured that because I don't see her with her jab she's wearing here. That's why.
Blowjobs all the the parking lot.
See how they respect women? See how they respect women?
I didn't disrespect you. I didn't call you names.
you like that?
All I asked was if you practice the song. You said no. That's it. I didn't
Do
disrespect.
you know Arabic? Do you know Arabic? I'll tell you one word. تنطم.
At a parking lot.
One morning for
تنطم يا خرا انطم. Have your mother in the parking lot يا حياة.
See what I mean? She's going back and forth with me, Matt, but you're not giving
E, have you ever had a chopped cheese?
because she has tits.
Have you ever eat shit? Do you want me to make you eat shit?
You never had a chopped
You want me
cheese?
to slap you with my shoes on your head so I do research on your
Big
face?
nose out of
Yo,
Big nose بعينك, big nose you يا حمار.
Can we go into the fucking topic, guys? Can we?
Yes.
Yo, man, we don't need no man with no bass.
Shut the fuck up, Jasmine. I don't give a shit.
Jasmine known as a hooker in Florida. Jasmine is known as a hooker in Florida.
You're gonna get
Are you
removed.
doxing
Read the
me?
rule above.
Remove this dude who's like told me like an ass. Please remove.
He's got one.
Big nose out of bitch.
Alright, he's gotta go now. I gave him a
Bye.
I didn't even see which country he is from, honestly.
He's from America. He sniffs.
Wait, the accent is not American.
Yeah.
I think he's.
I think he's
not.
like Habashat though. But he was born here.
He's what?
Oh, my bad. He's not Habashat.
He's what?
From Eritrea.
شنو هذا؟ Eritrea is this a country?
Oh, I'm dying, bro.
Nice king. Where is he from? I didn't get it. Please.
Nah, he crazy. Yo. What you finna do to him?
I want to know which country is he
I
from?
think you
He's
finna
from
be the
California.
She's gonna make some falafel for him.
No, يا حبيبتي.
Hey, you know where that is?
Where is that? Is this Aslan a country?
Yeah,
Yes,
here.
in East
I'm
Africa.
putting it in the chat. It's in the chat
Oh,
right
okay.
here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I never heard of this country until 1 year they participated in the Olympics. I ain't never heard of that shit in my life. Oh, here you go. There it is. Hi, Beaver.
You guys know Eritrea, for information?
Let me tell you, this is absolutely disgusting.
What is disgusting?
This is absolutely disgusting. What they are doing to Donald Trump is disgusting.
I think he's trying to.
It's the most disgusting thing you've ever seen.
Let me tell you, this is absolutely one radicalized group in history.
Damn, you sound.
Gotta be
You did a good job.
Who just said that?
That was
The doctor.
No, that was not me. That was.
Oh, Ellie, what is your name?
Daniel.
Oh, Ellie, what is your name? Because let me tell you, you are very great.
My name's Daniel.
And Danielle.
Dr. Danielle.
Yeah, Dr. Danielle.
Ben, you said you wanted to get on topic, right?
Yeah, well, let me tell you, Jasmine, that is your car is absolutely disgusting.
What is going on?
How you know I'm in the car?
I can hear you driving right now, and let me tell you, your BMW is disgusting.
I'm not
You have a
driving
BMW?
it. I have a fucking Chevy. You're
Well,
wrong.
guess what? Your little Chevy is so it is so terrible. American made Chevrolet. It is for.
Shut the hell up. Go ahead, Matt.
Let me tell you.
I don't know.
Let me tell you. I have to be completely and totally honest. Your Chevrolet vehicles are absolutely made in China.
Thank you.
Dude, you get to take the deep breath, like.
Yes.
It people like still exist.
What?
Let me tell you, Xi Jinping, absolutely one of the best
Chevys.
one of the best political in China's history.
Yeah, Chevy.
Yeah, apparently everyone's buying the new Chevy Equinoxes. I have an older one, but I have like 3 people around me that just popped up with a new one.
Crazy.
Yeah,
We don't have
those new Chevy Equinoxes are absolutely disgusting, and they're made with Chinese parts.
Yo, Daniel.
Daniel, you're taking it over the top right now. Chill.
Daniel.
We got it.
It's okay. I don't brag on having the best car. I also don't own a home right now. I want to have a really nice car on a home. And that's all that matters. Thank you.
Yeah, true. Yeah, cars are becoming more expensive right now. Anyway.
And be honest, like, why do people get really nice cars? Like, is it because that's what you want, or you want other people to see a nice car?
No, like I had to commute every day for 30
All of
minutes.
the above.
Sometimes you like the car.
Some people are rich enough to have nice cars. Some cars because they want other people. Some people buy cars just because they can afford it. It's all different reasons.
Right. I agree, but I was asking in here what was the reason. I don't think there's a right answer. My point is, a lot of us,
Why buy a beater with a heater? Why buy a beater with a heater that's going nickel and dime when you can buy a new car and it's covered under warranty? That's
yeah,
why I
a lot
look
of
at it.
people can't afford a new
Why buy? It's like saying why buy a 20 Coke when you could just buy 8 ball.
I bought mine because I like the features, honestly. I like my car for the everything, like the external, the internal, everything. It's not about that have to be
What kind of car you had? Oh shit, they let you drive.
G55.
You had a G55 Camel. What was that?
Resistance. I got
How many gallons of oil you
Resistance,
have to get?
we need resist.
I need Camel. I'm a going Camel.
Shamir, I will make you one of the camels to drive the...
Hey, hold on, resistance. I got a Dodge 3500, but mine's a dually, so I use farm work.
I like Jeeps. I think Jeeps are my favorite cars. I used to drive my Jeep. I totaled it, but I used to drive that shit out of town. Drove it up a mountain one time. It's my absolute favorite.
Yeah, it's practical.
Dude, G55.
G.
Yeah, a G55 AMG?
Mercedes.
Yeah, I know Mercedes, but is it AMG or is it...
Mercedes.
No, the normal.
Look at it, you know what I'm saying? That just
I bought it for it to practical. That's
Hey, she
it.
sound like a rich bitch, didn't she?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? She talking that shit. This her zone right here.
Miss Doctor, Miss,
Dude, I just looked
That's
up
normal,
G55.
Miss Doctor,
You balling over there.
What?
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to talk to Miss Doctor. Yeah. The question is, I got 3,500 dimes, but it's a dually, but I got that because I do a lot of farm work, and plus you can get 32,000 pounds of tow out of it, and diesel's good for long distance driving. So the guy that's driving 30 minutes, get yourself a diesel because you get about 300,000-400,000 before it's barely broke in on the mileage versus a gas.
I bought an Ionic. I bought an Ionic plug-in hybrid.
Ionic.
Yeah, dude. But I bought it like.
God.
Is it that
Might
bad?
as well get a toy car.
What?
Isn't Ionic from gay people?
What?
I thought Ionic was from gay people. Are you gay?
Yo, Ben.
What does that have to do with
emoji.
It's also red.
I didn't even know Ben
Well,
could make jokes.
You
That
gay?
was
You
good.
gay, bro? You gay, Jesus?
Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you, Jasmine.
Oh, Ben is definitely gay. I can hear it in his voice.
Oh,
No, but like, who said Ionic is for gays? Like, what is that? Is it like, yeah, Ben?
Because it looks like gay. I don't want to say this out here. Hold on.
He in public, he can't say that shit. Everyone right now, Google an Ionic. It's a car.
Plug-in hybrid.
Hybrid Ionic.
Yeah, plug-in
I
hybrid.
see Buzzy bigger than that. I see Buzzy bigger than that car. God, hey.
Yeah, dude, I'm in Europe. Europe, you need small cars. You can't buy big cars. Like Ionic is big, actually.
I'm saying, shit, the Coochie's bigger in America than those fucking cars.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like with these gas prices, I don't know how you can afford anything.
It's not going to work, dude. That's how I can afford shit. And it's still cheaper than when Biden was in office.
I got into that. In Germany, I can just say it's like.
Was it you that said, Matt, was it you that said with this gas prices, you don't know how we can afford anything?
Yeah, we pay like €2 per liter right now. €2. You know how much is that? Like $5 or something like that. No, it's like $3 maybe. I don't know.
When I went to Puerto Rico, I paid 74 cents a liter for gas.
I'm moving to Puerto Rico. It's
That
fucking
was
shit.
years ago. I don't know how much it is now.
Is Puerto Rico nice?
Yeah, Puerto Rico.
It depends.
The people,
Where you
the
go.
people
If you,
are enterprise.
if you stay at the resorts, you'll be fine. You'll be like the rest of that shit look ghetto as fuck to me.
Oh, they
Unless
have
you're in the mountains.
ski resorts?
You said ski resorts? Like
Yeah.
snow?
Not a ski resort, babe. Just a
No,
regular.
they in the Caribbean.
Yeah, regular resort.
No,
They
Puerto
have
Rico's a beautiful country. It's just there's too many American scum over
Puerto
there.
Rico's not a fucking country. Puerto Rico's a state. It's not a
It's
fucking
not a
country.
state. It's not a state. Puerto Rico is not a state. You jackass. Stay off the gay train.
Yeah, it's not a state.
That's the problem. There's been too much stuff up your butt. You don't know what's going on in reality. Puerto Rico is not a state.
Are you MAGA?
It is a colony of the colonizers.
That's right.
That's all it is.
Trump says he hates the smart folks, so I think that's why he says Puerto Rico.
Ben, why you got to bring up Donald Trump? What they got to do with this nigga saying?
Fucking country, and that shit sounds like something a MAGA would say.
Donald Trump was in Puerto Rico sleeping with underage girls. What are you listening to him for?
Jazz, it's because that's the only default response he got when he.
Yeah, because Puerto Rico was clearly a country. I don't care what
Right.
It is a state, and I felt like that's some
And
shit.
you're in a state, and you're in a state of delusion. You're in a state of delusion.
Doctor, when you went go? Do you have to have your passport, or do you go there with your ID?
You need a real ID.
In the United States,
No,
you can still use a state ID.
Oh my God, I'm going to mute. Thanks, Jeff.
You need a real ID or passport to fly in the
You
U.S.
need a state ID.
Yeah.
To go into
That's
our
the
territory.
I'm from Florida. We've always had stars on our ID. So yeah, I just needed my driver's license. You don't need if you're an American and you go to an American, you don't need
A passport. Exactly.
And what you think? You agree or disagree?
That part as well. Actually, going to Puerto Rico, I think I only used my ID when I went.
So you have like something like the European Union with
So you cool with using your own ID to fly to Puerto Rico, but you cool with people not getting vetted to come into the country? They don't need IDs?
When did I say that? When did I say shit like that?
Do you think the illegals need ID to vote?
That's how all anti-MAGA people think.
Illegal.
There's no such thing as being illegal on stolen land.
Illegal.
Yeah, it is.
Alright, let's move on.
Only if you want a mansion outside land.
Right. I don't get it.
So what? There's gonna be like poltergeists. They're gonna come and kill you on that stolen land. Fuck it. The illegals were done.
guys. Why don't you just invite us and we will do the voting for you? We don't need to like fight each other.
What country you in? You in Europe?
He's in Canada.
I knew you was in Europe. You can just tell with a fruity ass, Middle Easterner that went into Europe. Licking those white people, man.
Why not?
I think this a white man himself.
No, he's not white. He's just like eating them. They go to Europe, they
No, I don't go to Europe, Habib. I'm staying here. I'm not going up. I go for vacation, yeah, mama.
I knew you went there, and
I'm actually, doctor, I wanted to ask you, ignore this.
Didn't you get kicked out of Oxford from being in that bar, doing some things you weren't supposed to do?
What?
Yeah,
What?
I heard about
don't
it.
go
Heard
to
the story.
Habibi bars for you.
No, you was in Europe, you was in Oxford, you got kicked out doing something strange in that bathroom.
Oxford?
Yes, the college, prestige college in Europe. Oxford.
No, I've never been to a college in this.
Oh, you went to a community college.
I never been to the state. I'm talking to doctor. I wanted to ask her about Florida. I want to come on vacation.
Oh, of course. You want to go to Florida. Why? So you can put a G-string on the beach, huh?
I want to
Do
see
that in
Disneyland.
Kuwait. See what happens.
Do what you do.
Muslim talk like we want to talk like regular people.
So
The world is
so
bigger than
Muslims are not
Islam,
regular
nigga.
people?
Yeah, the
Muslims
world
are
bigger
regular
than
people.
Islam.
Hold
The
on.
world is bigger than Islam.
Are Muslims regular people or not?
Apparently not, because you think that the bitch want to shake her ass in a thong because she's apostate. So go ahead.
And so because a Muslim doesn't want to shake hands with a thumb, they're not regular
You
people.
resistant. Where do you live? Where do you live?
I live in the U.S. where doctors tries to sell those poison food at.
I don't sell food, you dumb
He tries to
bitch.
sell those food poison trays.
You're really dumb.
That's really not funny. Doctor, how is Florida, Habib?
Who am I sell that to?
Out potato.
Resistance. I would like to understand you. Like, why are you judging E?
I didn't judge her.
He
You
did.
judged her. You just
I don't
told
know.
her like, yeah. You asked her if she can do that in Kuwait, which she
Yeah,
can.
that's not judging her. That's just telling the
I
truth.
can actually wear bikini in Kuwait. I can. But
Hold on,
for your information,
no,
I just don't do it because I don't like to do it.
I don't need the information because I know the Gulf states have become westernized. Many of them. You can even do it in Saudi.
Think it's weird, guys. The
You're
way
not
that
telling
he
me
wants
nothing I
women
don't
to
know.
wear a hijab, and like if you don't,
Hold on,
and if you're an
again,
ex-Muslim,
she
he has a
made
problem
up.
with it. Like we don't want to
Yeah.
talk about this.
Hold on.
We
I will
don't.
wear whatever I
We
want.
don't live this lifestyle. Like this
Doctor
is
just
stupid.
made an inaccurate statement. It's
No, I didn't. Everyone
you did.
sees what you're doing.
You just said that I don't want her. No,
No, she said she wants to go to Florida.
It's not
and
what
you
I
said why
want.
to pump your pussy in the throat. Like, bro, leave her alone.
According to
And then he's.
the
She
religion.
said she want to go on vacation.
Hold on. According to the faith.
No, she said she wants to go on
90%
vacation.
of the Arabs
I don't care what the Quran says, bro.
What the Quran is telling
I
you.
don't care. I read the Bible. I don't care. I read the Bible.
Oh, the Bible says to the women.
Then she could go on vacation.
The Bible says women should
don't.
Matt, does the Bible not say when a man is talking, if a woman tries to talk about it, shave your head off?
Talk
That's what her Bible says.
Islam, bro.
Yeah, I'll get you the path. Her Bible says women should be smart when men are talking. Absolutely it does.
Moderator, I want
Nobody.
Well, you brought up the Bible, so now I'm talking about the Bible.
Who's talking about religious?
We don't want to talk about religion.
Doctor brought it up.
I will meet.
You know what's crazy? Hold on real quick.
Yeah, what do you
I'm
got?
gonna tell Miss E Destin, Florida. So she goes to Florida, go to Destin. It's really beautiful there.
Matt, you know what's crazy? I know that it's haram for Muslims to come in rooms and start cursing people out, right?
Motherfucking bitch! You fucking cocksucker!
It's my turn.
I didn't curse at anyone,
I'm
though.
almost done.
Curse at everybody.
Almost done.
I got that impression.
So you know what's funny? It's crazy that he's committing haram but trying to shame this woman for being a apostate. Being a apostate doesn't mean
Matt, who did you hear me curse out?
Yo, why? Over me.
That is.
Haram is like being a heretic or committing
Oh
heresy.
my gosh, you're using a word and then doesn't even know the definition.
So for example, yo.
That's what haram is,
I could talk.
Wrong again.
I could talk.
Make your case and then resistance. You can respond. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. So haram is like things that are forbidden. I'll give an example. Gambling, right? That's haram. Anytime a Muslim is mean to someone or like is not welcoming, right? Haram. Cursing and cursing.
I didn't know.
Haram. Sleeping with people outside of marriage. Haram. That's why I brought up heresy because it's very similar in the Christian faith. It's very similar in the Christian faith. When you committed, Catholics will say heretic. Burn them at the stake. It's the same thing.
Wow.
They just say haram.
No, you don't have anything charged with society. And you also going to manipulate the narrative of Iran. Do not access the internet.
Yeah, you gotta move down.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, resistance. How do you handle this charge that's been leveled against you that you?
Well, the first thing I would do is that she's uneducated like most people in America because they'll say a word that unfortunately they didn't even have the time or the dignity or the respect. So at least go research the definition of what it means. So she tries to equate it with Christianity about a heretic. Wrong again, since you're uneducated. Haram is anything that a Muslim does that is outside the laws and legislations of the Sharia. That is what haram is.
That's what she said.
No, that is not what she said.
That's exactly what she said.
She gave examples of what haram can be. She did not give the explanation of what haram is.
I don't think my religion is gonna be haram.
Go wake up, Eve, because I know you're not woke because that's why you're an apostate.
Just like beating your wife, asshole, right? Is that right?
Muslims are not allowed to beat their wife. It's in the Quran. It's forbidden.
Bullshit.
No, you're bullshit.
Resistance.
And we can tell because you shave your beard and you got,
What's your example of harem for you? Like, what's the example?
something like E has right now. Really, when the Quran strictly tells her she must cover it, she is committing a haram act. She's doing it, and she's doing it not only openly, but she's admitting that she's doing it purposely. So she's doing something
Because it's a conspiracy for me to not wear hijab to show my hair. Oh my God.
Because some of the, hold on, let me explain it to you. Because some of these people, even though they do have the right as a human being to choose their own destiny, I don't judge some people for that. She is a human, she can do what she pleases. But when you come into places and you try to come with this false narrative as if you are a representation of the Arab people from the Gulf, all the faith of the people, then I must speak up against you.
When did I say I'm representing even my... I represent myself, Habibi. And that's it.
Maybe she just represent the Gulf in the case of her colleague.
Yeah.
But that's the point. She doesn't represent
By the way, most girls in Gulf are like me.
I'm trying to
No, they're not. They're actually
Yes,
not.
they are. You didn't visit Kuwait,
They're not.
obviously.
I to Saudi before. I've been to Jordan
Saudi is
before.
so different. They come to drive, they wear hijab, they wear
Yes, they do drive there. They do drive. That law changed over
just
20 years
now, a
ago.
few years back.
No,
Saudi is not similar to Kuwait. Never.
The only similarities that they have is they have a lot of monafics there now. That's the similarities that they have.
Hold on, I'll let you guys in a second. 1 second.
Okay.
So, you're in Kuwait, is that right?
Yes, I am.
And so, just by being in Kuwait, she has to follow certain, like, what I would call protocols. Is that what you're saying, resistance? In that way, like, somebody...
I can tell you. I can explain.
Yeah,
Here you can wear whatever you want, but you can't wear a bikini in a mall, of course. You have to wear little modest, like you can't wear booty shorts, no way. But no, you can, definitely you cannot wear hijab. We're not an Islamic country. Our rules are not Islamic. If you steal something, you're going to prison. They're not going to cut your hand. We took the destroyer, which is the legal stuff, from Egypt, which they took from France. So Kuwait is not like Saudi. That's what I'm trying to tell him.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. Jazzy, go ahead. Yeah.
So I love how he moved the goalpost. And also he said well, really I was right. I put the definition of haram in the chat and the definition of heresy. So
You explained it perfectly, by the way.
thank you. It says haram is an Arabic term meaning forbidden or sinful, referring to actions, behaviors, or items prohibited by Islamic law based on the Quran and Sunnah.
And that's what I said. You didn't say that. I said that.
I did say that.
You debunked your own self. No, I am the one who pointed out that doing something haram is specifically something that is forbidden in the religion by the law of Islam. You did not say that. So stop lying. I know that's normal to you because you're a Christian. But stop doing it.
Hold on a second. Let her get it out, then you can counter it. Go ahead, doctor.
Thank you. So long story short, I gave examples like gambling, right? Cursing, using foul language. I pretty much said exactly what the definition says. Also, let's read the definition of heresy. Definition of heresy is a belief or an opinion that strongly contradicts established orthodox doctrines, particularly with the religious organization. Now, if I could finish the haram definition, it's an Arabic term meaning forbidden or sinful, referring to actions, behaviors, or items strictly prohibited by Islamic law. Right, so I wanted to know how I was wrong. I know that I wasn't, so I don't really need an answer for that. That's a rhetorical question. And I love how after he didn't prove I was wrong, he moved on to degrading this woman for choosing a better religion that doesn't treat her like a piece of bacon. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, resistance.
Well, once again, no lying comes normal to people such as herself, these fake Christians. But even out of her own words, she just admitted to it that she gave examples of what haram can be. She didn't give the definition. I gave the definition of what haram means, and then she has the nerve to post the definition that I gave. This is how you know these people's brains do not work
It's all
normally. It's just hilarious. And heresy has nothing to do, once again, with the Christian faith, because even as a heretic, you hear what she just said, even in her own, once again, definition, is something that you do outside of what the people, meaning the church fathers or the leaders of that cult, deem not to be part of the faith. Unlike in Islam, what makes something haram is strictly what Allah and His Messenger have said is not allowed. So once again, it don't come from me, it's coming from our text. And number two, everyone knows that when she keeps saying, Kuwait is not like the other countries. Kuwait is just like every one of those Gulf countries. They're not ruled by Sharia law, and she proved it. You hear it from at least someone who lives there. Those countries are not Muslim countries. They're countries that have the population majority of Muslims, but the people who govern those countries, they're governing them with their own laws. They're not following Sharia law. That's why people such as herself can break the rules of the Quran and the Sharia there and have no penalty for it.
That's why we don't want you stupid motherfuckers over here in America.
No, that's why we don't want you dirty motherfuckers gangsters and shit like you want your daughters to shake their ass on OnlyFans, suck dick in college. That's what you people want to do. Just like you, dirty hoes like you, want your daughters to suck dick, get fucked in the bathroom, sip cocaine, have 75 different blonde niggas that fuck before even throwing on their back. This is the savage behavior of people such as yourself. Your ass doctor probably taught her daughter how to suck dick. That is American culture. That's what they want. They want to be able to wear a thong, go to free fest, and suck on different things. Because they don't believe in marriage. They don't believe in not gambling. They don't believe in not being in a strip club. They don't believe in not fornicating. This is the American way. People such as herself, people like JoJo, people like E, they want to fornicate, they want to sip cocaine, they want to drink alcohol. She wants to be on OnlyFans. She wants to twerk her dirty tongue. This is the way of the American slut. We don't want that in Islam. You're right. Islam is not compatible to you savages in America. We are only compatible with good people.
Mute him, please.
Savages.
Let him park until...
And your food stinks.
Okay.
Okay, so real quick, I wanted to say, in a room about a month and a half ago, I think that you were there, Resistance said as long as a girl, even if 9 years old, has her period, she can be married and the marriage can be consecrated, correct? Weren't you there, Matt?
Yeah, I heard that.
So, do you...
She's lying again, man. She's lying again. She's lying again. It's normal. She's a liar.
Hello?
You're lying. You're lying.
Do you all want... Okay, let me ask you a question. According to the Quran...
now she wants to rephrase it because she knows she's a liar.
Matt, please let me ask you. Okay.
You see, man, she knew to get back in line. She knew I was getting...
Let me ask you a question.
It's not what I say. It's what the Almighty God said. God is the legislator of the world, not me.
Let me ask you.
Alright, she's gonna ask it.
According to the Holy Quran and the scholars, if a girl...
I don't care what the scholars say.
Okay, according to the Quran, if a girl is menstruating at 9 years old, can she... Did I lie about?
You lied when you said that I said. Because it's not from me. I didn't say anything. It's not I who's saying this. The Quran and God, the Almighty Creator of the heavens and the earth, has made the legislation what a woman.
That's what I'm saying.
And according, you did I say it? That's what
you did. I heard it out your mouth, even though you're repeating it from a book. You said it.
I don't make the law.
Due to
Okay,
resistance,
well,
He might
no one would agree with me, to be honest. Like, what the
So
hell?
once again, according to the Almighty God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, what God has deemed what a woman is someone who has reached puberty and someone who has the mental capacity to know her obligations as a wife. That is what makes a woman according to God.
But a 9-year-old doesn't have the mental capacity. You would agree with that, right?
Depending what you're talking about. You talking about where here in America? I would agree with that.
Depending?
نعم حبيبي
Yes. Absolutely. Yes.
How is it depending? Most 9-year-olds want to be princess.
I'll explain it to you.
No, like it's just fucking weird.
You just asked the question. Now let me answer it. You're weird. You're living drinking. You're
You've been wrong on the Quran. You've been wrong on a multitude things. You're
right on the
cultural fucking.
I don't care about American culture.
Like
I care about American culture.
I care about American stage. It depends.
American European culture doesn't mean anything to me. I don't care about American
It just says that women should go out in modesty. That's all it does. Dipshit.
No, it is specific.
Yes, it does. It doesn't say they have to cover up their hair. Nowhere in there. That's a fucking Sharia fucking extremist fucking viewpoint by the cleric.
You're an idiot.
It's not even. It's not even.
You're an idiot. You've never read the Quran. You're dumb. You're an idiot. You've never read the Quran.
American knows more. Got your Hebrew, Israelite fucking degree from 1960s from some fucking guy who got a booty clapped in the fucking shower. You dumbass motherfucker. You
Canadian Anglo-Saxon
Are you that you
rape
fucking
women,
sick fucking
rape
thing?
children,
You're the one that's
steal
talking
people's
about raping
land.
kids.
That's
My
exactly
wifely
what
duties by my 9-year-old.
white people
Fucking
culture.
insane
Everyone
shit.
knows all across the
That is
world.
literally
White
your
people
Hebrew
are the
Israelite
head of the
fucking
cream of the
bullshit.
crop when it
You
comes
guys
to
try to
raping
still do
children.
this shit. Oh, I need to take a 9-year-old. I'm gonna straight because you're some fucking
The white man in America, the white man in Europe,
want to be children.
look at statistics.
Pedophile dreaming of it. I
All
bet
of
you're
the people
jerking
who
off to
commit
kitty
sexual
porn right
crimes
now.
are white people
Fucking
just
sick.
like
You're a
Viking
fucking
is another
perverted
person.
fucking
Brad
asshole.
the Ripper is the only person that has raped white boys and white girls. Everyone knows that. I guarantee you he is on the sex registry. He has done raped a couple girls. How many boys you got under your belt? How many you raped?
Wifely duties.
We know you raped. We know you raped little boys before. You're right.
Fucking world.
Everyone knows the white Anglo-Saxon has raped and named all the women and children on America.
All right, nobody's raping any boys.
So he's white. He raped before. I guarantee you he raped before.
I mean,
This is what white people do. Look at the statistics. Look at the statistics in America. Who commits the most sexual crimes? White people like Viking.
These dumb
It's just a fact.
And I'm
You
kind
can't
of
hide from what the reality is.
look at
You go to Europe, who rapes the most? White people. That's what they do.
somewhere.
We ain't gonna take the accolades away from them. They're rapists.
Hey, holy
That's
shit.
what white motherfuckers do.
The Israelites. Fucking yes, we're the Jews. We're the
Fuck
Totalists.
the Jews. Who cares about the
We
Jews?
hate Muslims. I know it's better. This
You like little boys. You like little boys.
Read and scream at New
You
York
like
City
little
corners
boys.
asking for fucking
You
change.
like little
They
boys.
never have
You
fucking money.
kidnap them up
They
with a
don't have
synagogue
no
chair
religion.
corners in
Everybody
America.
fucking sits down
You go
there.
to New York
And
City
then, of course,
and you go to
the
Penn
right
Station and you're rapists.
They
That's exactly what the Canadians do. Who was the biggest serial killers? The white man.
Out west somewhere. These guys
This
all
guy, they're all white boys. It's just like Viking. White Anglo-Saxon, Brad the Rapo.
Little boys.
We know that you raping. We know you rapists. We can tell. Look at him.
No wonder.
He's a tree jumper. Look at him shaved his whole face. Look at no mustache and a.
This shit, man. I
Takes the
can't
little
believe
boys'
you're representing me.
He goes to all the skate parks and looks for the little underage boys. Viking.
Hey, man. You're like Mike Turner on
Stop
kids,
touching on
man.
them little boys.
It's weird.
Stop raping them little boys.
Man,
We know
tell
you
me
used to
a
go to the
9-year-old can
profession
perform
on
wifely
the
duties.
fucking
You sat there.
regular
It's going to stay with you every time you go to
now we know what the fucking, how much candy you carry in your eye, you fucking dirty Viking?
I bet you're
How
not
much
even
candy
on
do you
your
carry in your pocket?
school.
We know you're a racist. We know you grab those little girls. We know you grab them little girls.
I bet you had that
I guarantee you he used to be a junior high school football.
Alright, I'm muting you.
fucking
He was pitching those boys' butts in high school. He was a high school kid pitching them little boys'
No wonder why you're
butts. Every time they hit a home run, he would grab their ball.
wants to be with you. Fucking
I can
A.
get a movie down briefly. I'll bring you
Oh,
back up.
finally.
My lordy. Wow.
I thought
Are
I
you guys not
was deaf.
entertained? What's going on around here? Jeez.
Actually, I wanted like to ask resistance one question, to be honest, but like I think it's I don't care anymore.
Wait, what's that, Usti? I can't hear you.
I wanted to ask resistance one question.
Should I invite him back up?
Like, I want to ask him, how does he know that you're old?
No, don't bring it back up, no matter what.
Okay.
No, we need to recover.
Yeah.
Father, what is your opinion about the whole thing?
Well, I mean, anybody that vents pedophilia or anything like that should be fucking shot and killed instantly.
Right away. Well, I wanted to move the discussion.
Wait,
to
you said anybody who defends it?
Well, that was,
Yes.
that was like, is the neighborhood safe now to come in?
Wait, I might have misunderstood. Okay.
Welcome back.
Oh, right. I just want to say for the record that you can wear bikinis in the UAE. They have great beaches, and I wore one in Saudi on the sea at the resorts. So just for the record,
Hey, man,
not haram.
did you move me down?
Yeah, it moved you down.
Was I too loud?
Yeah, I was gonna bring you back up. I told you.
He said, was he too loud?
And I want to add also an information.
Just one notch prayer, that's all.
I want to astaghfirullah. I want to add as information, even though they're talking about Islam and the age for getting married, is still the law here. I guess all GCC, but here you have to be 18 to get married. So we don't even believe in that. We don't do that.
But you do have gambling, by the way. So I just need to represent it and say that the UA building, it'll be up to about a $5 billion project, and it'll be open in within a year from now. And
Egypt also have casinos.
Yes,
Lebanon
of course Egypt
have
does.
casinos.
Of course. And by the way, Tehran had a magnificent one before the Islamic Republic came in, like one of the nicest ones in the Middle East. So I clearly, some of the best players, top gamblers coming into the top casinos in the world are from Saudi and from the Gulf
Abby, I never told you.
Just for the record, I just needed to correct the record.
Abby,
The record didn't need to be corrected because I was talking to resistance about Islamic countries allowing haram.
Yeah.
Right? That's all I was saying.
And you were spot on, Jazzy.
Yeah, gambling is haram, right? So these countries are not operating under Islamic law. They're operating under secular law, and they pick and choose what they want to do.
You know what, Jersey? It goes a little bit further because in the military, where a bunch of places I was stationed, they not only gambled. I watched my first time ever seeing $100,000 in cash dropped on a roulette table on black, and it didn't come up. Pun intended. But the other thing is, they all went into the strip clubs. Like they were like buying the girls and saying, "Oh, come back with me, and you can go ahead." They'll sit there and drop $200,000 on a flyer out there for a fucking week and say, "Here you go," because a lot of them were in fucking Puerto Rico at these high-scale strip clubs, and you'd see them and you'd be like, "Holy shit, these girls are beautiful," and they're like, "Yeah, they're for the Middle Eastern men to buy and send back."
And also to add on top, Jazzy, one more thing to give you. Hold on, let me just add something for Jazzy. Just wait a sec. Also, in Saudi, you can now have alcohol in the diplomatic region, in which you could, it was banned, alcohol was banned everywhere, but now you can. There's a liquor store and you can serve alcohol in that region.
And that's why I'm trying to tell people like
Man, do you hear this nonsense? Do you hear the nonsense that these people say? She's trying to say some shit that I made the point about more than 20 minutes ago. These are secular countries not ruled by Islamic law. So she's lying again, trying to say that she made this point.
You're going to say that KSA is not run by Islamic law?
No, those countries are secular. They're a bunch of hypocrites. They're not ruled by
You went on this stage and said you could want a 9-year-old to perform her wifely duties for you. That's what we're talking about, you.
We're talking about how your 9-year-old daughter probably sucking on at 5 years old. We're talking about your daughter probably sucking dick at 5 years old.
We're talking about
your daughter probably sucking dick at 5 years old. Because you taught her. You taught her how to suck dick. Your daughter's a piece of shit like you.
standing here right now. The world would be less.
I was standing in front of you. I'll turn your fucking face over.
You fucking coward. You fucking little shit.
You'll get my house clip, resistance.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to say this real quick. My whole point was trying to tell resistance that the world that people like him want to exist, Muslim people don't even want that world. They're banning child marriage, right? And he's over here like, yeah, she's 9, it's fine. Like, no, it's not. Okay. These other people, she just said Kuwait, you have to be 18 to get married, right? So
Did you mean to rhyme on purpose? You said if she 9, she fine.
Iraq had freaking brothels, fucking gambling. All of it. When I said 2004, dude, freaking, they had minute gambling, fucking hookers, fucking drugs, all the way up into Afghanistan. So, yeah, fucking all over the Middle East.
I think we should bring resistance
should keep him down and beat him down. We should bury him 6 feet under or
Bring
leave
him
him for a
back to
trial.
what? To talk about people's kids. Look what he's writing in the chat. Is that bad?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I didn't read the chat.
He starts out fine, and it just goes downhill.
I mean, Matt, I've been in Clubhouse as long as you have. Jazzy, you too, a bunch of you others. How many times, I mean, honestly, think about this. How many times have we heard some fucking idiot get up on stage and say, oh, you know what, it's okay if a fucking child, we should lower the age of consent, or a 9-year-old is okay to marry as long as they have their fucking cycle and then they can do their wifely duties. Like, when have we heard this shit? Like, the asshats that did it. What was that guy? There was fucking the clown guy that died. Thank God for him, because he said, I want the age of consent lowered to 12. Then you had the other fucking idiot who was like, I was just fingering my kid. My whole fist slipped inside of her. Yeah, so like...
His name is Hermes on the app.
Whatever, herpes or whatever his name was. I mean, again, crazy.
You mean the guy that's now that got deported? That guy that's at Gary stage? Yeah, Hermes.
He's on Gary Stage.
Yeah, he's all the time on Gary stage. He goes by Hermes. That guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
He sat here in the clubhouse room and said, hey, it was an accident. My hand slipped inside of her along in multiple penetrations. And then he posted his fucking name and record, said, I'm all clear. And then people pulled up the actual charges, and it was like multiple events of multiple penetrations over and over. And like, it was disgusting. And something out of a horror movie. And it's same fucking guy set, same mindset. These guys all act up.
Though, Brad, you know what started this all? He's still around children. On his TikTok,
yeah,
he was
that guy's there.
A registered sex offender.
Resistance is the fucking clown at a McDonald's kids party. We know that's the only job that fucker has. So I mean, like, these guys really do. Like, I don't give a shit. I wish the rest of the world would just like recognize it and say, hey, guys that talk like this are a special kind of stupid, and we just need to remove them from society. Like, right there is a good start. Like, we can do that. And if you don't have to, you can hire guys like me. We'll gladly do it. We'll gladly punish these guys for a while and then say, all right, Howard, you're dead.
All right. I got more for you, Brad. The gambling. What is the big shot?
Come and meet me. He was ready to meet me. I made an appointment with him for 7 p.m. in Washington Square Park at the fountain. He was.
Oh, you don't know? Normal's actually tall and jacked.
So what are you asking, Matt?
I'm a Second Amendment supporter.
What, Matt?
You said that there's gambling in the EAU?
No, the UAE passed it. It's legal. It's one of the biggest new projects in the Gulf region. It was started out as a $3 billion, and we think it's going to hit about $5 billion on its budget. Is Wynn Resorts is building in Marwan Island, which is part of the UAE, a massive casino resort. It is legalized now in the UAE. That'll be the first one to go in. That's what I was saying. But I also said that the top high rollers in the world are out of Saudi and out of that region, out of Kuwait, etc.
They like.
So, I mean, and they've been big gamblers for years. I mean, and they did have casinos, and Egypt still has them. I didn't know Iraq. Who was saying that earlier? I did not know there was anything there.
But how is that not haram? Is that part of that haram?
I mean, you can drink. You can drink like a fish also in the UAE. I mean, you can drink in Bahrain. You know, it's and now in where he says this country is not an Islamic country. I mean, Saudi is, and they allow it in the diplomatic region to drink.
Saying Saudi is not Muslim is crazy. It's the heartland of Islam. It has Mecca and Medina in it. It's like where Islam comes from.
But they're not oppressive to their people like the rest of these crazy fucks. Like, this guy wants to be. Let me tell you how this started, guys. This lady E was in here. She's from Kuwait.
She's still here. She's still down.
She's apostate. And he started pretty much, for lack of better words, calling her a whore. Because she doesn't cover her hair. Okay? That's how this all started.
Not only that, his only two things to say, only fun or sniff cocaine. Like, this dude is, like, I think he wish he wants to go on OnlyFans or something. He want to do that because just because somebody don't wear hijab or wear something doesn't mean I want to do OnlyFans. Doesn't mean I will go and wear. What did he say in the beaches in United States?
Bikini. You want to wear a thong and pump your ass.
I'll still buy you dinner. You don't have to do OnlyFans or wear a thong. I'll still take you out tonight. You'll eat well.
Who was talking? I mean, he wants to do OnlyFans. You should take resistance out. You should take resistance out on a date. He wants to do OnlyFans. I don't need to. Alhamdulillah, I have money. Why would?
First, I would gladly meet resistance. I'd love to meet a lot of these guys in person, but they don't want to meet. Like Norm says, a lot of these guys talk tough, and then when it comes down to real substance, they cower in the corner because they're prey. They don't want to face men. What they want is exactly what he said. Fucking kids.
I'll ship you a slipper of mine and just hit him on his head with the slipper. Maybe he'll have a reset on his brain.
I use tomahawks on me.
Nah, that's some Persian shit. Hitting you with the slipper.
That's universal thing.
Does that translate from the Latin culture? Because quite frankly, I've been hit with enough of those shoes.
I feel it's a mother thing. It have nothing to do with
Send him a high heel.
Anyways.
No, not high heels. He's fucking horny. No, I'll send him a regular slipper.
Ben, did you see the news about Bondi?
Can we talk about that real quick?
Yeah, let's go around the room and talk about.
I just wanted to kick off. I think this is a great move for her. I feel bad for her. I know a lot of people have their disappointments when she wasn't tough enough and all this stuff. But I've actually thought about Bondi on the Epstein thing. She's made a lot of judgment errors and a lot of personal things. And I was sitting there and I've heard somebody say this, and I'm taking it back and saying I don't necessarily blame her for the handling of these files and the releases to the Republicans. One reason, Epstein was murdered in his prison cell. We all agree on that. There's no fucking, he committed suicide. There's nothing like that. He was fucking murdered. The guards were, quote, passed out, and the cameras were turned off. Like, that shit is just way too coincidental to just be like, hey, this is what we're being told. Fucking murdered. He was murked. I mean, I would have done it a different way, but I guess strangling him with a bed sheet is probably the best that they had at the moment. Bondi, I'm willing to bet. I'd wager on this one. She has been threatened, and I'm willing to guarantee she was looking at the evidence. She's looking at the names on this list. From famous Hollywood actors to bank to financiers to princes of fucking countries to, imams and a whole bunch of Hebrew Israelites. And she was saying, somewhere out there, someone's going to fucking kill me. They're going to kill my family. They're going to torture them. They're going to do some shit. Like fucking one of the girls' mother was kidnapped and she ain't popped up. So she's looking at this going, I'm going to play this very delicate dance because I can't trust the government to protect me. Gretchen Whitmer, anybody, fucking Biden's administration tried to kidnap her. Two, she can't protect her family because even though she's top cop in the U.S., she can't trust anybody in those services. And three, nobody was stepping up saying, you know what, I'm going to put a shield around Biden. Nobody was willing to protect her, and she was left out. And I'm going to be honest, on Trump's part, that was shitty of him to do. And now I actually understand why Merrick Garland didn't want to go down that path. Because again, his family was probably like, hey, careful where you go on this. I'm willing to bet she was most terrified because if you terrify a mother, you terrify a woman with her family, she's going to do what she says because that's just her overwhelming burden and she's going to take that in. I honestly think this is great. I don't think Matt Gaetz should do it. I like the guy who's actually acting right now. I think he's going to be the best pick. And I honestly think this will be the best thing for her is to walk it. And if anything fucking weird happens to her, you know exactly it's a direct result of this Epstein case.
Agreed. There's no reason why people that work at banks, names are not being released. But they want to release their, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Bill Gates. Like, okay, who gives a fuck? I want to know about the everyday motherfucker that is smiling in people's faces, helping with the trafficking of children. abusive people, and who are these people, and why are their names redacted, and we can't figure them out? Why?
May I jump in very quickly? This is Gigi, and I'll keep it short because I want to respond to what you just said. When we talk about children trafficking, I want to ask you a question. Who do you think is the biggest children trafficking organization in America right now that is known?
Immigration.
Can anybody?
No, we break up a lot of trafficking rings in my city. It's pretty common, and we actually see a lot of it. Can I answer you? A lot of it coming out of China, out of the Asian community. Not just China, but some of the
In America.
the groups. I'm in, sweetie, I'm in Las Vegas. We have a lot of trafficking here, okay? It's big business. And a lot of the that are busted, they bust around, and when I say China, it's around the Chinatown area, but they're Asian. So if you ask me who I think the biggest, statistically, where I am, that's a very big issue here, and that they seem to have a lot of organization around child trafficking. So that's my answer to.
I appreciate that. Las Vegas definitely have a lot of runaways that run to the West Coast, to like these Las Vegas and areas, because they set up bodies so they can try to find like a livelihood on the streets. But in my opinion, the largest organization with sex trafficking when it comes to children is what I would consider the foster homes, because the government have a way of snatching these kids up from their family, the streets, because of whatever reason, and they send them inside these foster homes with these parents. And I did a study about this. Most of these children that grow up 15, 16 years old, and you know what they say? They got stories to tell you how they were in that foster home that the government sent them in thinking that they were helping and didn't. They were sexually abused by both foster parents. They were literally like starved from food, water, things like that. And if you ever look at the statistics when it comes to a lot of children that came out the foster homes in the state of United States, most of them will tell you that all these foster homes was forced out their homes with and stuck in, they were sexually abused. That is the biggest sexual abuse organization that I can even imagine, and it was literally by the government. Because they say, we don't want you with your parent, but we'll put you with these pedophiles, and then wait to hear this sad-ass story that comes from y'all later. That doesn't make any sense to you.
I have a question for you. I agree with you 100%. But my problem is the corruption. So these are regular people that work at these foster homes. I know people that work at foster homes or that are foster parents. I think there's a problem where people decide to molest these children because it's not like written in the handbook, like, oh, make sure you do this to these kids. Why are these regular, everyday people molesting foster children?
The reason for this, and it's not all, we cannot say that it's not all. There are some good foster parents, but some of them, if they qualify to be able to be a foster parent, they usually do it because of the check, the income. They will take as many as they can. That doesn't mean they're actually going to care for their well-being or not harm them and do these things. And that's been happening.
Excuse me, Miss Gigi. Can I also touch base on this answer for you, Miss Jasmine?
Yes.
I have a friend of mine. He's in basically special victims unit. He's a police officer, all right, in South Carolina. And he was telling me a lot of the individuals that were foster parents that got criminal charges for children molestation, raping, etc., that the state basically prosecuted. When they tested, they ended up. A lot of them said it's because the system, the deems a lot of foster children are deemed as castaways, or they come up with magnitudes of excuses. So, you know, where like think of like a regular child with a family, right? If they came to the teacher or the police officer and said, "Hey, I'm being touched inappropriately," they would more value to it versus a foster, because they would say it's because the child's dealing with some mental abuse, some separational anxiety, and it's coming up with a magnitude. I'm just saying what a good friend of mine who's a police officer was telling me. He goes, "These are what these individuals that got indicted and ended up being prosecuted by the state. This is what their response was, because it's easier to attack these children, because when they report it and then it's found out that they're a foster child, their cries are not listened to. They think it's just an excuse to get out of the foster system. And now they do take to it. They do do a report. That's what they say. But when the police officer did, but when it comes to other civil servants, it does fall on deaf ears.
I think real quick, the overall point that I was trying to make is that, real quick, I'm sorry. I think that we have a people problem. We can blame the government, but without people, the government wouldn't even exist, right? So, like, we got to get more into naming names, because there are people allowing this shit to go on. Like, I want to know their names.
So I don't know how we got on the pressing topic, but ultimately, you know.
Wait, Anthony, you don't know how we got here? Because we literally had some dipshit sit here and say if a 9-year-old is old enough to bleed, then she can perform her fucking wifely duties, and then couched it behind the religious to
That's
indemnify.
what Resistance said, bro?
Yes.
And well, I said it first, but he said it in another room, and he told me I was lying. So I asked the question.
No, listen. All right. I just want to talk about the topic at hand, even though it's really depressing. You know, I think a bigger problem that we have is the need for foster care and foster care parents and all of that. I think that if we had like better family structures, if we emphasized, like getting back to more traditional families and having like more marriages.
They take your kids for no reason.
They take your kids for no reason, Jazz?
They can, yes. I'll give you a perfect example. They tried to tell me I did opioids when really they gave me fentanyl and Dilaudid to have a C-section. Okay. And they didn't put it in the computer system, and they tried to keep my son for withdrawal testing for 8 days, right? If it wasn't for my mom being in the delivery room at the time to say, hey, they gave her something, no, I don't take opioids. They tried to take my kid, right? It's not just me. There are so many other people who've gotten their kids taken for not giving them a vitamin D shot. That has nothing to do with the family structure.
Jazz, it has a lot to do with the family structure.
So what structure did cause them to give me fentanyl and Dilaudid?
We can't talk at the same time.
No, we can't, but you coming in and you fucking up the conversation. Because this not even where it was going.
No problem. So, Jazz,
it's ridiculous, bro.
This idea, right, that you were given...
The idea of what?
I'm going to land, Jazz. The idea that you were given Dilaudid and fentanyl, and it wasn't charted, is a lie.
It's actually not a lie.
It's literally impossible.
It's not. The computer system was down. I was at Memorial Regional Hospital in Hollywood, Florida. The computer system was down. So they wrote it down in the backlog. So you know where it was, Mr. Anthony? It was in the backlog system. But the head nurse didn't know to look in the backlog. Because she didn't know the computer was down because she wasn't there. So when she got to work and my baby's first poop tested positive for fentanyl and Dilaudid, they were like, hey, do you do opioids? And I'm like, no. Do you hear how loud I am? There's no way I could do opioids. I'm too lit. I'm too lively. People on opioids are sleepy. I don't even take naps. So the point is, Mr. Dumbass Nigga, Mr. Ballhead, let me come in and talk about the family structure. Even though I'm a single man with no kids, I'm a single man with no kids, and I'm going to tell you all, there should be no need for foster care. We agree. Tell them to leave people's kids alone. We definitely agree. There's a woman in Florida that got her kid taken because she said, no, he doesn't need a vitamin D shot. And they said, you know what, bitch? We'll take them, right? Really big case in Florida. You should look it up, bitch. You're a fucking creep.
Okay, just one at a time. We can't have everybody just yelling and screaming.
Then to tell me I'm a fucking liar, right? When it was in a backlog system that the head nurse's dumbass didn't even take the time to find, right? You stupid bitch. You don't even have a wife or kids, Anthony.
Is that a capital B?
You sound fucking retarded. Aren't you like divorced or something? You're right. We need a better family structure where black niggas stop being ain't shit, want to hop in a conversation and ruin it as fuck niggas. You're absolutely right, Anthony. Better family structure.
Jesus.
Dumbass bitch. You get your dumbass in the Congo and tell me I'm lying. And this is the reason why I sued the hospital and won a motherfucking settlement, Anthony. Because of dumbass doctors like you. Oh, that is a lie. It was not in the backlog system. And it was. It was right there. So run me my money like the hospital had to, niggas. For trying to say a lit bitch like me is on opiates.
Yo, Matt, seriously, you're screwing at the stage.
You know people on opioids, man. They don't yell, they go to sleep.
She's talking
They go to sleep.
We were talking. I gotta put you down, Jazz.
Thank you, Matt. Yo, I just want to say for the room, right? I just want to say for the room.
Clarify what you were going. I mean, we just want to hear the end of that. Go ahead, yeah.
No, it's all good. I want to clarify for the room. I've been married for over 20 years. I'm currently married. I have multiple children with my wife. Okay? I'm a registered nurse. My wife's a labor and delivery nurse. All right? She admitted she was lying. She initially said it was not charted, and thank God her mother was in the room. Then she said the computer systems were down, and it was back charted. We have, when the computer systems are down, downtime charting. So she lied. She made that shit up. She said, I'm not married, I'm divorced, I'm married. All right? These are all lies. Over 20 years. Lying. This chick, it hits close to home. She's the unmarried person who they attempted to take their kids, and she says they take kids for no reason. We need a safety net system for children that are being abused. This idea that these professional social workers takes kids for no reason, that dog won't hunt. She's a liar yet again. I don't know what's wrong with certain people. They come and they make shit the fuck up. Thank you.
I just want to say really quickly to
Let me answer the point. So what you're saying, because you're a liar, you don't deserve your children?
No, I'm saying, Gigi. I never said that.
Exactly. No, right there.
That's
She's a liar.
No.
I'm like too. If you think I'm gonna tell you my truth, I don't even know you. I would never give you my truth. So does that mean I don't have a right to raise my children because I'm gonna?
Where are you getting these people
people from today, bro?
That doesn't make any
Where these
sense.
people
I'm just
coming from?
I thought we were talking about Bondi and Attorney General.
Yeah, we'll get there. We're gonna get this solved. But NY, you wanted to.
You know what? It's all good. I don't even. My contribution is too positive. It's too positive.
We don't need
It's too uplifting. Yeah, we don't. I'll just go on mute and wait until I miss some.
Who am I fighting next?
Anthony, did you wrap that up, right? You good on that?
No, listen, man. I real talk, man. I have no idea how this young lady got from my submission that I was saying that, Jazzy shouldn't raise her kids. I'm saying that there clearly was some kind of issue. That this idea that social workers willy-nilly just pull people's kids out of their home is bullshit. Children need protections. Social workers do a really good job, and they try their best. They're human beings, so they are fallible. We have an imperfect system. But I would love it if we emphasize in our society more marriage. Do what you want to do. Have as many out-of-wedlock kids as you want to have. Far be it for me to tell you what to do. Do what you want to do. But don't act like we have community when family is the building block of community. If we don't have family, we don't have shit. So oftentimes we can see the results when you have family compared to when you don't have family. It speaks for itself. We can see what percentage of inmates in jail grew up in single mother-led households versus two-parent-led households. Shit like this sells itself. I'm not saying that a single mother can't successfully raise a child. I never said that. But
what you're saying, what you're saying. Okay, let's rebuttal. You gotta calm down. You're giving a lot of facts, and I agree with most of what you said, but allow us to speak and rebuttal. What you're saying is there's already a pre-notion when it comes to single moms. So that's why the system is already set up. Say, hey, you're a single mom, you might be going hardship, you don't have any family or support. So it's easier for us to just step in and say, hey, maybe we just take these kids off your shoulders because it might be too hard for you. Rather than just thinking maybe that's what single moms do. That's what women do. We are very, what's the word? I can't even think of the word right now because you got my head like in a twist. But at the end of the day, very resourceful. And I can't just, you got me upset a little bit because I don't like the way that this is going. I think that we're very resentful, resilience, that is the word. Single moms are very resilient because we have no choice to be. The question is, where is dad? Or where's mom? Let me finish, because I listened to you.
No, I never landed. You just jumped in. But Gigi, could you succinctly tell me what it is that I said that you disagree with? Could you succinctly tell me what I said that you disagree with?
I don't agree with the fact that you feel like a single mom is not capable of caring for her children without being ridiculed, basically, or having ISIS come
Did you literally hear me say that a single mother can? Did you literally hear me say that a single mother can successfully raise a child? Did you literally hear me say that?
You also said how that these people have the right to come in and kind of take over and help, but it's
children need to be protected. Social workers are there for a reason. I wish we live in a world where we didn't need social workers. Who needs social workers? We do need the foster care system.
Let me ask you a question. So if a social worker, right, is come in your house, and you might get on nerves because you got the stranger in your home, and then you're looking and you know what they do. They're still kids that take children. You already got a pre-notion of them. They probably already got a pre-notion of you and don't even know you. And so what makes you think? want them in the house. Absolutely not. So it's already set. And we don't need, like I said, we're resilient. We don't need you to come and help us because y'all don't come and help anyway. What y'all come do is steal kids. And you take them to a dirty ass house with a bunch of terrible ass people, and then we have to listen to their stories about their sexual assaults and how they were starved, beaten up, and just not happy. Saddest story I ever heard. So that is what these social workers want to give for you and your children. Why?
All right, so I want you guys to understand this, right?
For me, you had an attitude. Now I can see if it's like a terrible indication where these people are like can't take care of their kids, they on drugs, the kids are dirty, they starving, they going through like real hardship and things like that. I understand those kind of situations. They ain't got a mom or something like that, or yes, it might be necessary. But sometimes they just come to help in just because. And then they want to just get involved. Why? Because you might need me. I'm very stern. Very strict with my children. My children are straight animals. I wish they would try to come up in here and think they're doing anything up in here. And why? No, because people, they working for the government for what? They need a job. They get paid to find a reason to take
everybody's like already done with this topic.
Yeah, so we're like 2 hours.
I agree.
You're a kid.
I agree. Gigi, we're good. Thank you so much. Yeah, she's not gonna stop. I literally not gonna stop.
Gigi, that's it. That's it. They got it. You won.
We got it.
Yeah, you know, I got it. You know, I think I can communicate with it. Gigi, it's over. We moving on. They would like to just go ahead and go on to another topic because you're guilty. You shut that shit down. And we thank you. All right. What are we talking about? What we got?
Okay. I have a very succinct comment that I think you guys are missing something really significant. Yesterday, when Trump went to the Supreme Court about the immigration issue, it was on April Fool's, and I don't think that was a joke. I think that Roberts knew exactly what he was doing, and historically, it will be presented as an April Fool's argument.
No, the decision will actually come out about mid-June, early July, and it has far-reaching ramifications in the financial district. In fact, we are actually planning for both sides of the equation to come out because if business is normal, but should Trump actually win in this fight, it actually creates some upheaval, particularly in my field and along with many others.
Okay. Historically, I just think it's interesting. That's all. I just wanted to point that out.
What was the announcement, Alan?
The fact that citizenship that was challenged yesterday in the court hearings, and even I'm gonna go listen to it. Ketanji Brown Jackson sounds like she sides with the Trump train. Like literally, she was beating up on the what was her name? Not the solicitor, but the other one. I never thought I would hear it, but she packed her up, Matt.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, that was strange. I didn't. Like, by the way, was Trump there actually in attendance?
No, he wasn't.
Okay, he's outside. He was.
No, he was for the first 45 minutes, and when he saw that he was creamed, he left.
It wasn't being creamed because that didn't go the way it is. Actually, Tony Barrett kind of pushed back on what you would say with the Trump's team, and basically started pushing back on him, which I thought was typical. Alito, you know, we kind of know where they're going to rest, so there's no need to bring them up. But then you had, what's her name? Sotomayor. She kind of pushed on the Trump thing. And then she gave a couple softballs to the opposing side. But Ketanji Brown Jackson packed up that little
Well, let's wait and see what the judgment is. Maybe you're right.
So I'm just curious. So like all of the beaners that had anchor babies, does that mean would it be like retroactive?
So yeah, it would go back to July 1st, 2025 when this law would come in. So like in the medical field or medical insurance, now what you would have is the BUCA's now sitting there saying, hey, we're not going to pay until we get confirmation or verification of proof of citizenship. We have certain declarations in terms of excess layers of risk that we can't provide it. This also would change some of the Medicaid and EMTALA payouts that hospitals already got, because we would start doing pay and chase. And so we're actually looking at this kind of like, oh, this is probably going to have some ramifications. We're going to have to work behind the scenes again in a way to help alleviate some of this. But yes, that would in essence would remove the ability for birth tourism and certain other types of births that occur on the United States from individuals there.
I have a question. So how would you become an American citizen? Your parents would have to be citizens here?
Or you have to be naturalized.
Correct, or naturalized.
Okay. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna stay out of
I mean, well, that whole amendment was just for the slaves, really. I mean,
it actually was for an Asian boy. That's
well, no, that's his
in the first place.
One parent has to be from America. That's all it has to be.
Okay.
And then you have to be a naturalized citizen, or you have to be born in America. The issue at hand is that these kids would be no longer, unless Trump just said, I'm going to make them all citizens and that's it, and then it solves the DACA problem. It gives a lot of passage. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's a little unnerving. We've only got a couple months to fit, and we have to put in plans and financial backstops in order to manage this kind of thing. And I wish Abby was still here.
But DACA wouldn't.
No, I can hear you. I'm just driving.
DACA wouldn't give them, like the DACA would have a separate. They would have a separate issue because they were only afforded temporary protections until they became an adult.
Yeah.
To then file for their citizenship, right?
Yeah, but it would remove them. Trump can't remove them.
He can't remove that.
No, he can.
Didn't you get the feeling with the case and the arguments that it was really looking at it like moving forward, it wouldn't have a retroactive effect?
Well, this is when the suit was brought on, Abby. Maybe confuse me if I'm wrong, or correct me if I'm wrong, but July 7th, 2025, that's when the case was filed. And so, and so that was, and his executive order was for July. So, I mean, wouldn't it go back to that? I mean, would he pause it and just do it going forward if he won?
I think it would go. It would have to validate the executive order. So I think you're right on that. But I don't think it would have a retroactive effect. And I don't remember the order, but I don't think it would retroactively affect those already born. It may be. I mean, I don't know. It could be going forward. I mean,
There's
in
a
terms of
possibility
invalidating.
of that.
You're saying there's a I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Sorry, I don't see any possibility of that happening where it's retroactive. That just sounds.
When I said retroactive, I meant to July. I didn't mean retroactive back.
Oh, well, you brought up DACA, so all the way back to DACA. My bad.
I mean, yeah, because then you got to think. Can you imagine that?
The logistics alone would be massive, but like going forward, so like all of the finance sector, so like the hospital care, like all of a sudden they're getting prepared, going, oh shit, we're about to use a lot of money right now, and they'll hyperinflate rates, and so we're sitting there going, fuck us, we're gonna get bitched at and shot in the street for this shit because we didn't create this. But at the same time, we do have people coming over here and just going, hi, here's my kid, let's take it. And then all of a sudden we're paying $150,000 a month on medication and specialized pharmaceuticals for newborns over here in this nation, and using up Medicaid and Medicare dollars for that because Medicare matches Medicaid 1-for-1. And so there's a lot of logistics on it, and then CHIP and how the states funnel those. So all of that gets used up. And so we're just sitting there going, fuck us.
The EO was established in January of 2025, and the effective date would apply to babies born more than 30 days after the order took effect.
Well, at least they won't be that old.
I don't, my gut, listening to the arguments, by the way, I mean, I don't know if we talked about this. I mean, I don't see Roberts overturning anything. It's not been his way. And I think Kavanaugh and Gorsuch questionings, and even Coney Barrett to some extent, gave me the belief that the order won't stay in place.
Well,
I don't know what the poly markets and everything are saying on this. Like I haven't.
I don't do the poly markets, but what I'm saying is just based on the question, because we were listening with it, like a whole bunch of executives from around the country and people in the industry were listening to this. We had like a massive meeting about it, and we're all sitting there going, we're counting. Okay, we're counting five. There's five. Because even Amy Coney Barrett, yeah, she might dissent, but I mean, it's hard to say because, like I said, the surprise really came up with Ketanji Brown. She was very much arguing from the stance of, hey, I'm not taking this viewpoint that this applied to everybody that came over here. Historically, this is what the context, and I didn't think she was a contextual, what do you call it? A contextualist? I didn't think, but
she's an activist judge.
Yeah, but she was taking it from a contextualist standpoint, and I'm like, this girl is like really zeroing in. So it's hard to tell with them, but I mean, if she votes in line and says, hey, no, this was not intended for everybody. This was intended for Black Americans. It did not pertain to Asians at the time. It did not pertain to Native Americans. This is not part of that, nor when the lawsuit was made did they actually go, because she brought it up multiple times. What was it? The 22 reiterations of, I can't remember the word that she was citing, but she kept zeroing in on that. Domicile, yes. She was zeroing in on that shit and going off, and they all were, and saying, I don't know if I agree with it. I think
I have a question. Did she say that it was for Black Americans only?
I think it's a 7-2 ruling. That's my gut on it.
Did she say it? Was that you saying that, Brad?
It was me. She was leading. She was kind of inferring that at the time of what its purpose of the amendment was.
Who did you say it was for?
It was for freed slaves.
Right, but you know there was more than Black slaves, right? It was also Asian.
I'm aware of that, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
But it wasn't in context to spread to all people across the world.
It wasn't just for Black people, though. But I feel you. I was just wondering if that's what she said, because I was like, well, that would be so bad. But okay. All right. Thanks.
Regardless of what she said, that's her opinion, and I don't think anybody could have a judgment of what somebody else sees. She said what she said.
What I don't get, though, is I don't understand why. Obviously I'm an attorney and don't know that much about the Constitution, but why would they push back against it? What would make them feel uncomfortable?
Pushing back against what? Birthright citizenship or the idea of taking it away?
I was more directed towards Abby because I don't like somebody who knows more about the law.
Right, but I'm trying to understand your question. I'm not going to answer it. I'm asking, what's your question?
Yeah, why would the Supreme Court justices be? Why would they be hesitant to remove those children that came from foreigners or were born by foreigners in the U.S.? Why would they be hesitant?
Where would their birth certificates reside? These are humans that have entered our world, and we're no longer going to have any identity assigned to them. Like that.
But is that their legal reasoning? I don't know their legal reasonings.
Well, they were giving their opinion.
Yeah, I was actually surprised. Like the idea of modern day surrogacy didn't come up, and that would be potentially
potentially a point where we might see some nuance added.
Why would modern day surrogacy?
Why?
What the fuck are you
Because
talking
if
about?
you have like wealthy, let me.
That has nothing to do with the argument at hand.
Wait, what did she say?
She says, I'm surprised modern day surrogacy. Like, that has nothing to do with the fucking context.
If you have wealthy couples,
And then it affects less than what, maybe 100,000 people on a good fucking year?
U.S. surrogates.
But if it doesn't, it wouldn't affect the.
That is.
What, maybe the 10 out of the year? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Sorry, that is the. I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to add nuance.
Wait, there were 3 last year. I just Googled it. There's 3 of them last year. 3 surrogates in the U.S. that have been known to be paid for by overseas. So you want us to worry? You thought that was a major point?
I don't think it is a major point.
Were you asking if the surrogate baby or the baby that the surrogate had will be a citizen of the United States?
The answer, Patsy, a lot had to do with.
Oh, we should just mute E and just move on because again.
No, I wanted to know what she had to say, guys. That's not nice. But okay, move on.
Yeah, let's move on. Thanks.
So the intent was something that they were looking at, and what was the domicile is, you know, what is their intent to make this a permanent residence, to make it a domicile, and they definitely use domicile, and in the opinion, domicile is used.
When you want to tell the truth to somebody, they don't want to hear the truth. They just want to hang up with you or drop you.
What? Hello?
I muted him. I don't know what he's doing. Just hold up.
Man, it's over. You can't tell you. Stop. You're a real deal, man.
Man, that hashish over there is getting fucking really potent. These idiots.
That's great.
Anyway, the domicile
There's another
is
E.
interesting because we were talking about it the other day. I was talking in a room. Interstate, we have a whole test on domicile when you have to prove domicile or disprove domicile. So you look at what you try to examine whether it, from all the circumstances, it looks like there was an intent to reside there and to make it a residence. So obviously, if you're looking state to state, you're going to look at voter registration and driver's license and purchase of a home and schools and, you know, all of the components that would make up residency or domicile. And there's actually like a pretty standard legal way of viewing someone's intent to reside somewhere, if that makes sense. So, and it comes up a lot to try to determine domicile. But
Well, Abby, they brought that up multiple times and then talked about other legislation. I forget the one that in particular deals with individuals in terms of domicile. I forget damn it, I wish I would have took better notes. I have them on my work computer, but I'm not near it right now. But they had, like again, I'm really shocked that Kendaji brought this up. She talked about the other legislative acts that are still there and ongoing. Amy Coney Barrett chimed in a little bit. And then Kitaji brought up like the 22 on the Wong case, the 22 references to domicile, saying that this was not necessarily in part on to determining that you could just come over here and basically you could come over here and just have a baby and it would automatically be American. They don't make reference to that. They talk about domicile.
what did she say about Japan? I listened to some of hers and I didn't hear the whole thing. She talked about an example in Japan. Do you remember what?
Yeah, with Japanese Americans coming here and something about giving birth. I think that's the one where we were kind of like really, I think that was the eye-opening one, where she said that when they came over here and then left to go back to Japan for education, that was back in the 80s, like Japanese students were flooding over here. They talked about it that it wasn't a prominent domicile yet. These kids were born over here, went to school, and then relocated back to the Japan and were granted dual citizenship. So she was stating that they did not intend, the framework or something with the domicile was not intending on them to just come here, be born, grant American citizenship, and then go and, live in another nation at large, just to have, the education opportunities here, just to utilize them. They would be considered visas to that effect. Damn it, let me go get my computer. I'll pull up my notes.
Can we start from the beginning, because you guys just brought up something that is very informational, and I think it's very informative, and I think you have to start with the basis, because I don't think a lot of people even know what domicile means. So let's start there, and then I want you guys to get.
What do you think domicile means? I just need a legal test for it. What do you think domicile means? I just gave the legal test for it, so you know how would you define it? Without googling, ChatGPTing, and like in your just.
Domicile means someone who's not.
All right. Well, that's what I'm about to tell you guys, because I don't think a lot of people even know what y'all talking about. But domicile is
talking about with domicile.
Yeah,
I know.
Just asking what it is. You're just asking.
I know what you guys know it means. I don't think that everybody else in the room might know. So that's why I say, so they can understand the conversation. Let's start at the beginning. So domicile is a permanent legal home, whereas residency that refers to where someone actually lives can be temporarily. You can have multi-residence, but only one domicile. Establishing in a new domicile require physical presence and the intent to remain, often shows by voting, vehicle registration, and tax filing. And that's all I wanted to say.
Okay,
so people can understand.
That's what I think I just said. There's a legal test, and I went through, and you can go through this when you look at, especially in family court, wherever you have conflict of law cases, and you're trying to determine which state law to apply, you look at, it's the intent, but it's also the activities of the plaintiff or of the defendant in that action, and where they're voting, where they're paying tax, where their cars are registered, where their driver's license is, where their kids are in school, how many days a year out of the tax year do they spend in that jurisdiction versus another jurisdiction? I mean, there's a litany of questions, and there's some people that have second homes in vacation homes in other states, but there's a good chance if their second home is in a state that is a non-income tax state that they'll claim that as their domicile. So you also have run into this question, have state taxing authorities looking for those people. If you're in New York State and you've got a resident and you want them on New York State income tax, and they say their domicile is in Florida, which is a state that has no income tax, New York State taxing authorities are going to go through this test to try to prove or try to determine where in fact the domicile is. So let's say they've got that second home in Florida, but their kids are in school in New York. And they're going to look at how much nexus, and that's a legal term, someone has to a particular jurisdiction to go through that domicile test. Does that help in what you're asking?
Hopefully that answers your question. But Abby, I've got a couple of my notes right here. So Roberts, being the institutionalist that he is, I may agree with you. He could flip either way. He's really kind of one of those that, you just never know what he might do, because again, he is an institutionalist, but he might actually side with the fact that this application has been very broad and has used to cover more than its original intent. Barrett, I think, will side with Trump on this one, only because based on her questioning, even though she was there, her past is usually like in the original meeting, and she usually bases that as her precursor. But when she was action, she actually was like going really hard. One of my legal individuals here, one of our lawyers, they were an ERISA attorney. She was sitting there saying, it sounds like she's trying to help them build a case, is the way she felt. She was really putting the pressure on them to make sure that they could, this guy could actually, who sounded like RFK, to make sure he was able to explain everything. Kavanaugh, he's probably going to align with Trump on this one. And then you've got Gorsuch. His big concern on the questions that we had here was the meaning of jurisdiction was what popped up for him over and over again. That seems to be where does jurisdiction for the U.S.? Does it pertain to those that are abroad? And there was some confusion on the answers, because I thought for a minute maybe he was going to decide against that. But then he was like, we don't have jurisdiction over Japanese people, where our jurisdiction relies solely on our citizens. And if they commit a crime over in a foreign country, they can be deported back to us, can impose sentences on them and penalties and take them to court, even though the crime was not committed necessarily.
In personam versus...
Yes. And then
I'm not going to have to explain. That's too complicated to explain to everyone.
Correct.
But I understand what you're saying. Go ahead.
Yep. And then you had Alito, who was like, he really was going down the pathway of the Wong Kim Ark case in terms of how it was applied to illegal immigration and how this is going on in practice, because that case did not reference or make anything thereof to illegal immigration. In fact, he states, we technically do not have jurisdiction over these people because they are not U.S. citizens. We have no knowledge of them being in the country, and they're technically citizens from another country or nation, and they would be subject to those laws. This is why we deport them, because they are not citizens of the U.S. So I think he's going to go down on the historical meaning. And Thomas, of course, is just going to go, he's a very strong originalist, and he wants the narrow birthright citizenship. My notes on Jackson, she was talking about jurisdiction. Children born on U.S. soils are citizens was her overall claim. However, when she started to go, she started to look at the practical problems of how this change would actually be enforced. But moreover, she talked about how it's enforced universally, because again, what are you going to do about the parents? Does this child automatically grant citizenship to the parents? And that was one of her concerns, bringing it up by saying that this could stand. So they didn't have a clear answer. They did that legal jargon and manipulated. Again, according to another attorney we had, they put Kitaji in the same category as Barrett. They were helping Assad, or they were really genuinely coming after it. The poll is that Barrett and Jackson may flip sides, but who knows?
I thought Gorsuch was a bit antagonistic, especially also the guy really should have been prepared on the tribal issue.
Correct.
I mean, that's Gorsuch's thing, and I was surprised that he didn't really have a good answer back to Gorsuch on that.
Correct. But Sotomayor and Kagan would be.
I see Gorsuch going against Trump on this one.
I don't know. Like, I don't get this sense. I mean, even if Roberts were the side with Sotomayor, they still win. Like, Trump still wins. Like, unless you get Gorsuch and Roberts to poll, like you have, or Comey Barrett, like you have to get two. So
I don't see. I mean, my take is it's going to be a 7-2. And that's just a bit, but I don't know. I didn't get the feeling that they were siding with it, but we'll see. I haven't read or listened to any of the pundits. I had Passover, so I've been off the grid on this. But what are the guy that's always on Fox? He's pretty smart. Turley. Did they have him on? Did he give a take on it? I'm just curious. Some of the legal pundits. Anyone here? Pepe, did you listen to Fox at all?
I haven't.
What up, baby girl?
I have a single question, and this is for Viking and also Abby, just a rebuttal of what I'm hearing you guys speak about.
Hold on, baby girl.
Because I might have a opposition point of view when it comes to this, but why do you think that these immigrants are fleeing to America? Why do you think they're doing that? And do you think that it should be allowed, especially when we're going through like an oppression? That's for Viking and Abby.
We're going through a what?
Because you just said they are illegal immigrants. They're not getting no social security numbers. They can't even get in school. They got over here. They're here. The crime rate definitely went up. A lot of people are...
Wait, what are you asking?
I'm asking you this. Why do you think that these illegal immigrants are migrating and fleeing into our country? And are you opposed to it or not? And do you think that it's going to affect the Americans?
Well, yeah, it affects the Americans, but I mean, I'm not against immigration. I just want them to go ahead and go through the ports of entry, be verified, and then follow the process and not skip the line. I don't think there should be grand state sanctuary laws that grant them driver's licenses or, housing preferences and handouts ahead of those that literally I have been waiting years to go get their citizenship. I think also that we should look at how we get citizenship out to immigrants so that we can either A, move it faster, or B, reduce it to where it's more affordable. I understand the cost is there to actually make sure people want to commit, but again, I'm out of the fence of where, hey, this doesn't need to happen that way. But you could actually say the illegal ones, yes, I have a problem with it, because again, we have to spend enormous amounts of resources. And if you're asking why they're coming here, well, there's a wide variety. It's not universally one reason. I mean, money, opportunity, jobs, fucking crime. Like they're wanted in their nations. I mean, there's a host of reasons why people come. So I don't.
Because you answered my question, and I'm happy that you actually got to the point. So with that being said, do you think it's acceptable, or are you against the fact that when Donald tried to put up that wall to prevent these things years ago, and everybody had a tantrum about it, and he shut it down from letting people come in, and now he opened the doors back up? Do you think there's going to be a difference, or do you think that
he should cut the doors? First off, the wall was a stupid idea. I never agreed with the wall, so you have to ask somebody else who's pro wall. But what I believe Mexico was a great policy. What it did is it forced Mexico to put people and keep them at their southern border, and they were blocking it. Mexico is currently removing immigrants from their country. They're shoring up their southern region to prevent mass migration from coming in. So if Mexico is doing that now and Trump was able to successfully achieve that, that is a win in my book. We have another nation there. I really don't have a problem with Mexicans. We used to be able to cross the border without a license, just go back and forth. You could work for a day and go back. There weren't a lot of fucking problems. The same thing happened in Canada. The problem is that those other nations, Canada and Mexico, decided to allow thousands, millions of people pour through since the 80s and just basically funnel them right down into the U.S. and allowed that. We're trying to stop that and say, no, you can keep them in your country. So now guess what? Mexico's saying, oh, fuck no, we don't have the money for all these people. Let's move them down and you can wait your turn and we'll process you as you come through. And guess what? Migration stats are down.
Because they have issues with them over there because of the crime rate. We cannot deny the fact that, guess what, a lot of murder and also rape comes. And that's the statistics. Don't get mad at me because I'm going to speak it just like Donald Trump. But now you want them to what? Just come and flee over here? You think that's okay?
I never said they needed to flee over here. In fact, I said the opposite.
Who do you think they're doing? Because they're running from out their country because of the crimes that they created. And then
I think you listened to half of what he said. Maybe your phone is
No,
going
I heard
in and out.
everything
No, I
that he
think you
said.
didn't. He said there's a
No,
legal
but tell me what part you think I didn't hear.
lady, he said there's a legal path, and he believes that immigrants, just like everybody else believes, if you come here legally and you show you're not a financial burden on the economy of the United States, which is what the legal test is, then welcome to America.
No, I heard that. I heard that. Yeah, I heard that. I definitely heard that. The problem
What's your issue with that? What's
the problem is, all right, can you allow me to speak? The problem is the legal ones are okay. We're talking about the illegal ones. We were talking about illegal.
We all agree about the illegal ones.
So what's the issue? What's the issue? Everyone's agreeing with you. What's the issue?
We just talked about the issue. You wasn't listening?
No,
What are you talking about? Again, I've already advised on the illegal ones. I've already said they shouldn't be doing that. They should be blocked. They should be. I don't even want to really have to worry about deporting them. I don't want catch and release, which is why people bring up on the left. Hey, listen, girl, you gotta stop. I mean, either you really are
She said something. Spiking. It's all good, man.
But listen, you we don't have a lot of catch and release. That's one of the practices Trump has done, which is why when you hear leftards sit there and say, "Oh, he's not deporting as many people," yeah, he's going in cities and rounding up people. He's got warrants out there. He's following through on the warrants and stuff like that, and the processes. So ICE is actually doing what Trump has said, but he's not allowing like Biden or Obama, where I'm going to let fucking 100,000 through in a month, and then I'm going to go chase him up and make my deportation numbers up there. Like he's locked the border down. He's basically in essence said you have to go through a port of entry. He's not doing catch and release. That's why the numbers on deportations are down.
With that, or that's really my main question. Or you're in agreement with that? Because I'm gonna be honest, I agree. Honestly, I think we need to just get everyone and remove them.
Get everybody to remove them? Why would you want to just get everybody and remove them? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm losing brain cells here, guys.
I'm gonna tell you.
Wait, hold on. I don't know who you are, but you're not. We don't need to go after everybody. If they came here legally or have a process, then they should be allowed to stay. If they're following through and they're complying with our laws and they're not a financial burden, why the fuck am I wasting $1 trillion to go after everybody?
You just met Gigi for the first time. Hi, Gigi. This is Pepe.
The reason why I feel the same.
Hey, Pepe, how are you?
Hi, Gigi.
Hey, is that Pepe? That's no
Yes, Pepe.
Yeah, Pepe, you know why I feel the way I feel. Because first of all, you gotta be mindful. If you walk up these streets, every block, there is an establishment, a restaurant, a business, and it's literally owned by someone that is not even American, and they only hire their own kind. And then you have unemployment, you have welfare, disability, you have, let me finish, please.
And you live in Philadelphia too, don't you?
That are being put out to the Americans. They can't find a job.
Yeah, you live in Philadelphia. That place is a real
every street and only hiring their kind. What do you mean?
I don't
So
know if
again,
you
what
are
are we talking about this? Because again, most of them actually work as families. A lot of them actually hire politics out here. I don't
Can you tell Gigi where she is?
Shut up!
No, Pepe. I am not the only one getting frustrated.
It was a great
Gigi is about to get disrespected, and I don't want that.
You're only making it worse.
Gigi, let's tone this down a bit. Gigi, so people are against chain migration. We're against that. What you're saying is talking about chain migration. We're against that. Do you don't
I
want
think
that.
do not do that. Do not include everybody else with your own personal feelings. A lot of Americans are feeling the same way.
Oh, okay, I just said that. Like, literally, we're against chain migration, meaning where you could go and say, Grandma needs to come over, my step-uncle from fucking another mother needs to come over here, and bringing people over as relatives. We're against that. There's a lot of those policies that we're cracking down on and saying, no, you can't do this. And we're denying those visas. We're denying that ability to come through because Biden allowed that, and many others did. We want to crack down on a lot of the ways. We want to control immigration in here. We don't want to import people that are a detriment to the system, create crimes, or be a financial burden on society at large, wherever they're at. We want to promote people to come in here and be able to manifest their own destiny. We want to be able to recognize them. We want them to be part of the greater fabric. We don't want them hiding in the dark or shadows. And no, I don't think we need to like round up immigrants and go after them. Do you know what it would cost? About $32.5 trillion to just round up literally all the immigrants, depending on what period of time you'd want to, process them, try to negotiate with another country, and ship them over there. It would be a huge, massive expenditure, one that I'm not willing to pay for. What I want are the policies to be put in place, reinforced, and actually controlled. So I'm not sure where your logic is going because you keep jumping from point to point and then giving another argument on stuff we already agree on.
I think so you don't understand what I'm saying is what you're saying. You don't understand my point. Pepe is very familiar with me. Pepe, can you explain to him so maybe he can understand and it can make sense to him what I just said?
I didn't quite. I'm sorry. I was looking.
We understand what you
reading
said.
something
He's
back on.
agreeing with you.
Yeah, don't worry about it, DC. We agree with you. We got you. Cool C, are you there or no?
Yeah, we 100% understand what she said.
Yeah,
He's
we're good.
agreeing with her.
And I know what I'm saying. What I'm saying is...
Oh, please
We
don't
know
repeat
what
it.
you're saying. We know what you're saying. We're good.
Alright, so a poll would be interesting to see what I'm...
We don't need a fucking poll in the room.
I don't know why
We don't need a
Roger Prager video.
Give me a Jordan Peterson quote and then keep it moving.
How about
How about no polls?
tell the truth, or at least don't...
Go make a room and put a poll
that
up.
one?
Go make a rule.
Jordan B. Peterson had a video talking about how black people are an extant species of monkeys.
Alright, you found it. Alright.
Yeah,
I think it's a little dominant poll on where people... picture of where people are. Look, bro, I don't know if you're lost or not.
I won. I mean, we could post your picture up too. I think, you know what? How many people, let's do a poll. How many people believe that Monica really does contribute to the politics discussion at all? Has anybody ever heard her discuss
Why don't you put
anything
a
other
poll
than
up,
black
Matt?
people?
It would be interesting
And
to
how
see.
about
Why don't
how
you
much
do
she
that?
hates
Does
anybody of a
Monica
different color?
contribute to
How many
Clubhouse
people actually
discussion?
believe
Let's
in that
go.
one? Let's
Let's do
have
it.
that whole fucking thing. How many people believe that
Let's do it.
Monica
Let's
actually
go,
knows
because
actually how
Brad's
many people are on the
centering me again. All I want to do is talk about the SCOTUS decision.
Alright, so one of the rules is we don't bring in, all this other garbage. We'll just keep the conversation going.
Yeah, you're right, Matt. I'm sorry. I just felt a heavy burden, and I'm tired of tripping over fupas.
Okay, cool, man.
It's
Your bottom lip that you're tripping over, you should
Dude,
tuck
those
that
vagina
back
lips you
in.
should try to suffocate with. You should just like raise a bowl.
People down if you don't stop it. Come on, let's keep going.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Can I have the mic, Matt?
No, you can't do shit. It's not your room.
We don't need a poll, Monica.
Alright, guys, we're good.
I just want to say that Matt is amazing.
Can I have a turn on the mic, Matt?
And I'm done.
You've already said on your mic, it exists under the
Gentlemen, the fact that I live 24/7 in your heads is not my fault. I apologize. Could I make my comments on the SCOTUS decision?
Yeah.
Am I allowed, Matt?
Go ahead, go do it.
Thank you. So it was interesting as I think a poll would be, it would be up to Matt to create create one, not anyone
We don't need
inside
one.
town.
Fucking A, you're just bitching about a pole.
I
know you can't dance on a pole. There's not one out there that holds
also,
their weight.
Matt,
I get it.
come on, Matt.
No, Matt.
Gee,
You're doing it.
you told me I can't fight back. You told me I should ignore them, and then you're not stopping them. What do you, like?
You're making me really upset. I'm wasting Charlotte.
SCOTUS opening oral arguments yesterday were interesting. I understood that the female attorney was very confident, and she said she could win on the SCOTUS decision on multiple points, two specifically, but I can't remember what they are. Wanted to ask Abby, but she's not here anymore, what her take was on that part of the hearing, if she had gotten a chance to hear it or not. I don't know if SCOTUS will honor the executive order that Trump presented. Maybe in their decision and ruling, they could say the legislature, Congress should do their job and actually create long-needed immigration reform. Thank you for the mic.
That way we can have more of those dirty spicks and niggers come in here legally.
Oh my God, that literally said literally nothing. Should write a TikTok at it.
All right. She was at least.
I love it. I think you're awesome.
Appreciate it.
Monica, I just want to know your. Thank you. Thanks. See, that's what I'm talking about. I just want to know anybody, somebody's opinion on the whole fact. It's probably been covered. I'm late to the show, but the whole Pam Bondi thing that just broke.
She has some DSLs, not bad.
She's still in the administration.
Wait, Matt specifically, but then Viking, but.
Oh, I didn't know you were asking people specifically.
I think if I announce it to everybody, then it's just going to go crazy, and I want to conclude that by saying Matt is amazing.
No, I think she's still in the administration. And I put in the queue, actually, her statement on it. She obviously, I don't know if she really means what she's saying, but she's still saying, I will fight for Trump and the usual stuff that they probably kind of do. Behind the scenes, she's probably throwing things at the wall right now or something. I don't know. But yeah, she's still in the administration. She'll still be, part of it. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, Viking, good.
Yeah, I honestly, I said this earlier. I think honestly she was trying to play a two-step. We're aware of Epstein being killed. We're aware of multiple, reporters' bombs still missing. So, if we're at this, I'm willing to bet, and it's not a far stretch of conspiracy, who or what, I don't know. But she was facing a list of powerful people, princes, governing bodies, entire banking, financial institutes, entire Wall Street, foreign nations at large. Like, we're aware that there's a certain prince in Saudi Arabia that has a preference for Nigerian little boys. And he helped facilitate that. There's African warlords that Epstein helped facilitate getting access to their funds. There's certain groups in Afghanistan, the Taliban, in case you guys forgot. Oh, by the way, they just brought back slavery. Hats off to all that hard work that a lot of the U.S. soldiers had to die and bleed for just to see a return of slavery in Afghanistan. But again, the Taliban itself was like basically, yeah, okay, go ahead, go Durka somewhere else. So then if you look at what actually happened in terms of Pam Bondi, I think really in all fairness, I think she was scared. I think Garland was scared, to his credit too, because looking at all that evidence was probably something in the back of their head saying, I don't want my family at risk. And I can't fault either of them. That being said, I also think she made some other crucial missteps about not going after certain individuals we were aware that violated laws, did not prosecute certain individuals that she could have, and did not challenge the Biden pardons that we should have done more vehemently. But I think the guy in office, who's a much deeper and astute legal mind, I forget his name off the top of my head right now, but I think he's going to be really good. I don't like Zeldin, and I think on the couple list is a Trey Gowdy. I don't know if he's been nominated or picked, but I know that Trey would probably be somebody that would not be afraid maybe. I don't know. I think Trey would be a great pick to put in that play.
Yeah, let's just piggyback that. I kind of agree with what you're saying, Brad. I would supplement that by saying two things can be true at the same time. She was put in an impossible position, and also she did a horrible job. So yeah, I think she completely botched the rollout of the Epstein stuff in the sense that I feel like she sold a double message. Was I've got the document sitting on my desk right now, and then also, well, I don't really have a clue what's going on. It's like, well, I understand that she's trying to be a Trump loyalist and all that, and like, well, look at how that worked out for you. Like, I mean, she was in the Kalshi betting markets as one of the top people to leave the administration next, her and along with Kristi Noem, and we all know what happened to Kristi Noem as well. It sounds like she's got her hands full as well. But again, I think two things can be true at the same time with Pam Bondi. So I'm glad to see that she's gone. I didn't like Gates. I thought his pick was awful. So I was kind of glad that Trump went in a different direction. But then when he went with Bondi, and I've seen her record and the fact that her ties to Qatar and all this other, or Qatar or whatever we call it now, like there's a bunch of stuff that I have issues with her and Cash Patel for that matter. But I just think particularly the last few months that he was obviously being turned up on her a lot. And she didn't help herself at all, like not at all. And I think she tried to play it both ways, which again, I think that she's in a difficult position. But the way that she played it, it's like, look, you gotta you want to go full Pete Hegseth and just kiss the ass of the crown. Maybe that's the route you need to go. But going the route that she did, where she tried to play it both ways, it ended up burning her. So
I think Matt. Well, I don't know why I said Matt. I should have danged the bell. I think what Viking said, though, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but when Viking added in the point that it was getting very dangerous within all of the whole, we're going to release them all, we're not going to release them all, I think that it probably posed a threat, major threat for her and her outlook, like overall look for the face that she held, for the position she held. But, and then if I could have just one final follow-up question, it'd be Monica, because I like her input too. I wanted to hear what she would say as far as it did break, or what I heard is that I think Pam Bondi is actually going to the private sector, and why you would think that would be a good move instead of something more laterally that kept her closer to like the chain of command. But if you don't want to answer this.
I think she can. I don't think she's the complete screw up that many people think she is, and I think she could be more effective in the private sector. Look at what Elon Musk has done when he doesn't have an official role in government aside from his brief a year at Doge. Let's see.
I think it's like, Brad, I kind of like where you're going, but it's like it also presupposes how much information there is in the Epstein files. And yes and no. Like, I kind of stand by the whole, if the Democrats had the goods on Trump prior to this election, like in the last administration, I think they would have dumped that stuff earlier. So, I understand what you're saying in regards to very, very famous people and Pam Bondi feeling like she was in danger for her life. I get that up to the point where it's like, I don't really know how much, obviously we've had these huge sort of cash dumps of the Epstein files. I don't really know how much is there that's been redacted that's actually damaging to, I'm still kind of the mindset, and call me a conspiracy theorist, that the people that would actually be damaged by this stuff, that those files are never going to see the light of day. I think everybody knew that Bill Clinton was a perv. But I think the people that would actually
acknowledge the fact that
that's the part where I kind of back and forth on. I don't know why you're talking to me right now. I'm not finished. I'm wrapping it up. I know I'm long-winded, but I'm wrapping it up. But that's where it's I kind of I don't know. I'm kind of sitting on both sides of the fence. Where again, I agree with you, Brad. So this isn't a complete rebuke of what you're saying, but also feel like if you're a high level, I don't know, if you're enough level, you're a millionaire or whatever, and you're really worried about this stuff damaging you, I just don't think it's going to see the light of day just because of the inbred immunity, if you will.
May I respond now?
I think we should all just make Matt the Attorney General, and I think that everybody should agree with that for obvious reasons.
And I really hope that you believe that, but you gotta be honest. The fact that your point of view, for everything you just said, it sounds like you said you don't want to show that sense, but it looked like you're not even taking any sympathy for the victim and what they've been through. It's like I don't see any sympathy for them. It's like, okay, well, it happened and just going over your head and, things like that. And you're just looking at the numbers and probably just want to get the paperwork out your head. But you got to be mindful that there are people that went through things and it hurt. And guess what? So I see what side of the fence that you actually is sitting on. You're not straddling. There's no sympathy coming out of your voice for the victim. And that's all I have to say. And I hope everybody pay attention to that.
No, I appreciate your input. I do have sympathy for the victims, but this is also, we're talking about political appointments of people who just got fired. So I think that there's two different sides of it. So it can be true at the same time. I'm not going to dignify the rest of your comments with a response because I don't want to inflame a room. So
Ben, there was this whole big issue, and I understand your point on it. But, there are certain things that I'm watching, like, people miss the FBI director going up in front of Congress when they talked about the Iran strikes. And he talked about his purge. I think it was 21 people he had to purge out of the Iranian desk in the FBI. And he purged them for ethics violations. And then later on, some of it dribbled out saying, it wasn't just ethics, they were leaking information. I can understand that we have a sieve of a government. Like, you can't keep too much of a secret. I mean, Trump's been good. Some of his things, his moves have been fucking outstandingly good. But overall, I think there is a danger within it. I think, honestly, between a lot, I don't think that man was with the wherewithal to appoint people that he could trust. And I think people threw in, for fuck's sake, we had a guy handling the nuclear disposal program, and he was going around stealing women's fucking clothing out of airports. So, if you're going to have these kind of people running in and doing things, I can imagine that Bondi is scared. There's a lot of people on there. And as far as Tulsi, I can see her taking a very nuanced approach, saying, I'm the information. The imminent threat thing, that is concerning to the president. They make that decision. I just feed information. I don't tell them. I just tell them the facts on the ground, the facts in the air. Here's what's happening. You've got this. And they make a decision on it. I get her stance. I applaud her for her stance. That's one of the most noble things. She's putting aside her ideology and actually just doing her job. People want to crucify her on that. Okay, that's really weird, but we can go with that. But Bondi, in her case, she didn't get to hide that way. She wasn't able to kind of do that, hey, here's the case, because I think she would be crucified if she brought down Wells Fargo, which is implicated in the Epstein files, Chase, implicated in the Epstein files, Merrill Lynch, all of these places, a lot of these people, it could tumble financial markets. Do you want to be the one that sits there and says, I'm going to prosecute these 3,000 people because of credible evidence of it? Can you imagine her going after Ellen DeGeneres, where we have pretty good evidence that we could probably get a grand jury indictment, but nobody's calling for their head? She doesn't have any protection from either side of the aisle. And I would say on the Republican side, she doesn't have that. There's just nobody there. And I would say, for her, she needed Trump to do it. That's what she really needed. And I could understand her saying, you know what, fire me. I'm good with it. I'm sure there was a big discussion about it. I'm sure Trump was disappointed. But I'm pretty sure to say that she was you know what, her first thing is probably headed to a bar right now to drink a bottle of booze and say, thank fucking God I'm out of that role.
So we really are going to attack Ellen DeGeneres. Her last name is DeGeneres. She's a talk show host. And honestly, I enjoyed her shows. I think it's disrespectful.
Why would you speak after that? Why do you have something that has been quoted? Yeah, it was disrespectful.
I want to ask you, Gigi, did you also like when she would put Did you also like when Ellen DeGeneres would put cameras inside of changing rooms of minor stars? Did you enjoy that part of her talk show as well?
I don't believe she did that.
So you only care about
It's aired on her.
I only want to listen to the parts that are pretty. I only want to listen to the pretty parts.
Establishment and business. No, you always have cameras everywhere. I don't think that she.
Criticizing another man on this stage. Weren't you just criticizing another man on this stage for not having empathy for the victims? Oh, all right.
Can you repeat that question? Because your mic.
You're a hypocrite. Just go back on mute.
That's not right. Do not call me names. I didn't call you once. Anyone. Don't do that. I'm not a hypocrite. I mean what I say what I mean. I am not against Ellen DeGeneres. I think that she's very generous, and I think she had a great show.
What about the victims, though?
You're doing it right now. Why would you do that?
I'm a victim, no.
You tell them, Gigi. Don't let these white women bully you around. I'll put them in check for you, too.
Who are you calling?
Thank you.
Yeah, you white Karen bitches, you leave Gigi alone.
Pepe, you closet
She was
fag.
very supportive. She had a great show, and I feel like the people are attacking her, and y'all don't even know her. Every establishment have cameras around, so they want to use that to come after her and attack her show. It's always because of money and the insurance company, most likely. Y'all do not get to discredit her, and she did a lot
I
of
can't
well.
because there's video and audio evidence of her talking about what it's like to dine on children part. I can also say that there's evidence and confirmation that she helped exploit children on Epstein Island, but you don't want to hear that because she gave you a good fucking show? What the wrong with you?
What about the videos of a good story that hurt other people? I'm not like, I would never do that. Like,
You're reading the documents.
So Brad, I actually agree with
I don't believe
what we just have a conversation, but apparently it has to be the G. Apparently.
No, go ahead then.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Like I actually agree with what the guys are doing. I also feel like those who are the
So you think because you might feel good about it?
You ladies had too much wine today. It's time to put the glass down. But that's okay. I'm sorry, sir. Please, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. She just got moved to the audience anyways, apparently. So, but Brad, yeah, I actually agree with most of what you're saying. I feel like if anybody who signed the Trump administration at this point, you know that like you're living on borrowed time, and maybe that's a good thing, you know. But like that does make sense what you said. So I may have meant how I think based on what you said, just in the sense that does make sense in the sense that. Yeah, she maybe she did look at those files and was like, okay, yeah, the person who goes after this is going to get fucking.
Can you imagine that? I mean, like, Saudi Arabia murdered Khashoggi in a fucking embassy where he was supposed to be protected and fucking hacked him up and then carried him out in luggage. Our internal nation, like, I want you to step back, Ben, and think about this. Our administration, a president with Christopher Wray as his FBI director, and I won't give Biden, the fault for this because he probably didn't even know it was fucking happening. But our administration created a plot to kidnap a sitting elected governor of Michigan and created a whole fantastical tale, tried sleeping with fucking multiple people, bribing them to say that they would kidnap, and in the end caught one fucking kid who got a blowjob and like a fucking 10 grand to say, yeah, I'd probably consider kidnapping Gretchen Whitmer while he was getting fucking fellatioed by an FBI agent. Like, I mean, you can't make this shit up. And I bet you looking at her, she's like, I'm sorry, Cittadini, you're not going to be able to protect me. The Secret Service we know is a fucking joke at the best of times because Trump's been fucking shot at already. He's like, he's got like 8 attempts on his life. So, I mean, like, who's going to protect her?
No, I agree with you. And especially if you believe all the shit with if you believe all this stuff with the Clinton administration, like if you look at the laundry list of people that deal with the Clintons who have faced untimely demise, mildly, Yeah, there's a lot of people. Yeah,
Ben, you got Charlie Kirk, where allegedly now, and I don't know, maybe somebody else has more details on this, but the fucking casing and the bullet doesn't match the fucking gun now. So now we're looking for where's the second gun now?
Oh no, I read that. So they said this is actually relatively common. So basically, the round was like deformed, which a lot of rounds are. And they also fragment, and so because of the deformation, they can't conclusively tie it to that gun. But it in no way means that it was not fired from that gun. It just means it was too deformed to be able to tell if it was fired from that exact gun.
I also think that, like, what is that Occam's razor? I can't remember which one it is. The obvious solution is oftentimes the correct one. It's like Anthony Bourdain didn't kill himself. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure he killed himself. Like, I look at this with the Charlie Kirk thing. I think having somebody who's trans adjacent, like Tyler Robinson was, I know that he wasn't trans, but his like partner, whatever it was like, I don't know, that seems like a realistic thing to me that would happen because of the trans ideology and how insane a lot of those people are. Not all of them. Some of them are lovely people, but a lot of them are fucking nuts. So like, I agree with you up until the point, Brad. But saying that like Pam Bondi feared for her life, I think, is pretty damn reasonable in the sense that she got one look at those files and was like, yeah, it knows it. Like, I'm not going anywhere near this. So I think that's pretty, yeah. So yeah, it's not like we have a Congress that's got to do anything about it. Like,
put herself in my shoes. Like, how would I do this if I had this kind of news that would shake up financial, real estate markets, fucking healthcare, fucking politics, geopolitics across the world? Like, I'm gonna fuck up Saudi Arabia, I'm gonna fuck up OPEC, I'm gonna fuck up Nigeria, like all of this stuff. I'm sitting there looking at it going, I will either be the most hated person, but I probably won't make it through the month. I'll probably be killed. My kids will be killed. And fucking Samantha Guthrie, what her mom is kidnapped, I can't figure out.
But Brad, the point to bring up was like, we don't even have to go that far and even look at a conspiracy theory. To look at is Luigi Mangione, right? Like, that's like how easy it is it to walk down the street and put a bullet in the back of somebody's head, like the United Healthcare CEO. Like, I'm not saying that Luigi Mangione was bought and paid for, but it's like you also reach that level where it's like you have so many people that are after you. So I mean, it doesn't take a conspiracy theory to say like, yeah, like if you release a bunch of this shit, it's your life is in freaking danger. So
yeah, it's just when Pam Bondi probably opened the files. And whoever was above her handed on her desk, the first page was for like somebody she know, like her husband getting fucking pegged by fucking Saudi Arabian prince or some shit.
But I also, and this goes to my theory with the whole Epstein thing though, which is I think the whole Epstein thing is, I think he cast a really wide net, and it wasn't so much that he wanted to drag everybody into having sex with kids or anything like that. Like, I think that there was a lot of that going around, but like I also think that there was a lot of like, he seems to me as somebody who's just like a socialite in the sense that he wanted pictures with everybody in the case that like I just want to be, he wants to be to elevate his brand and put him in those circles. That way when shit hits the fan, he can do it with all of these people, right? But like, it isn't like that he trafficked children to every single one of the people that he was friendly with. I think he was to a bunch of them, but not all of them. But it's still about creating that brand. I mean, like everybody who's associated with me, it's building up his brand and keeping his name. Yeah.
Ben, do you think that there was any like he's operative, like working for some intelligence?
Do I think he was? I don't know. I don't really think so. I don't know. I honestly don't know. So I know a lot of people connect him to Israel and Mossad and all this kind of stuff. It's just like, again, I don't necessarily. I don't know. I haven't seen conclusive evidence to say that. To me, like, if you look at how Kim Kardashian built her brand, like Kim Kardashian's entire thing was finding out where celebrities were and hanging out directly with them. Like, yeah, of course there's a sex tape and all that, but if you look at the building of her brand, it's all about finding rich, famous people like Paris Hilton and basically just standing in their shadow with the idea that eventually enough people would see her and then be like, oh, you're rich and famous too. And Epstein did a lot of that same thing. He's like, he went to all these Hollywood parties and hung out with all of these people and rubbed shoulders with enough people where it's like he became one of those people, right? And I think he used that connection to pawn off celebrities on little kids and that kind of thing, sure. But I think, again, it was all about building that brand.
My biggest thing when it comes to the financial aspect is like, how many other people do you know, including celebrities, in there, have a whole fucking island to themselves that everybody wants to be in? You know, a plane, an island, limited amounts of fucking money, access to people with unlimited amounts of money. Like, it's just a well-placed situation that's just too big of a coincidence or lucky circumstance for me not to believe that there has to be some intelligence budgeting involved.
Sure, that may be the case. I don't want to hog the mic, but that may be the case. But it's also like, I don't know, how much does it cost to get your hands on an island in a private jet? You're probably looking at, what, $10-15 million? That's really not a lot of money in the broad scheme of things. So again, maybe he was connected. Maybe he was Mossad, was best friends with Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know. I haven't seen any evidence to back that. But my speculation is like he was just a rich guy who had connections with everybody, like who tried to have connections with everybody. And that also leads to the idea that Trump then kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago because he was hitting on like members of Mar-a-Lago staff or had connections with more staff. And Trump is like, look, his entire thing is brand, right? Like it's all about Trump. It's all about the Trump brand. It's all about the Trump legacy. And if you know that this guy's involved with like little kids and that kind of shit, like you don't want that stuff connecting. Like you don't want to be connected to that. Being a womanizer is one thing. Being a pedophile is a completely different thing. Especially this is in the 90s and the early 2000s, right? Like words like racist and pedophile still meant something back then. Anyways, I'll land.
Trump was considered more of a playboy up until 2016 because, you know, that was the cool thing. Like, I mean, fuck, Hugh Hefner was married to like 3 Playmates of the Year. So, I mean, you know, he was still considering that age-old thing of, I'm a playboy, and women still flocked at him. He was right. Women do come up to you and fucking throw themselves at you. But at the end of it, I think he sees the ramifications on the wall, and I think he's hoping that I think he really wanted to kick this can down the road. He campaigned on some of it, but I think he didn't really necessarily campaign the way people are alliterating to. He basically was making references to it because the Democrats were really quiet about it until Trump got into office. Now all of a sudden they want to, but you notice who's quiet. It's the Nancy Pelosi's. You don't see Swalwell because he knows that there's ties there. There's a whole bunch of people. I'm on page 5,632 of that one. I have it written down here. I'm trying to go through all those pages. I want to read them. I don't have an AI filter. I'm actually reading them as I go, and I'm scanning. And I'm telling you, some of this shit is fucking egregious. Like Whoopi Goldberg is still on fucking TV, but no one's screaming her for her to be off air. You're still like buying shit from these people. Coca-Cola, you're still buying Coke, but you're not talking about the CEO of Coca-Cola going to Epstein Island, are you? Nobody gives a shit. Like that's where I get really mad at Republicans for playing this Democrat game of like, we should just go after everybody. And Democrats aren't going after their own. And one of the more prominent names, Richard fucking Branson. Like, he's in there, and he's still funding campaigns, and a whole lot of Democrats are accepting his fucking money.
Well, it wasn't Eric Swalwell. Like, this wasn't even like speculation. Like, wasn't he sleeping with a Chinese spy? Like, this is like a major news story. It was just like, oh yeah, it's just a thing that's happening. And I'm like, he's still a sitting freaking congressperson. Didn't he consider a run for president? Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, he was banging Fang Fang. And then you had, and he was over the oversight committee on intelligence. Like, what the fuck? Really? Like, you're not going to pull his clearance? Oh, okay. So, I mean, like, I get Pam Bondi. I honestly felt bad for her. I thought she could be president. I was saying that. She had the strength and character. She did a great job in Florida. She did a fantastic job as a DA. I thought, you know what, she would come in there. And I'm willing to bet when she started looking at, like, you know, the assassination chance, the Russia investigation, she's looking at all this saying, literally, I could sink 3/4 of all politics in America and globally.
But did she also have ties with Qatar as well, right? Like, so that like maybe one of her handlers over in Qatar was like, look, you want to go ahead and go after this star to you, but this is going to turn really, really ugly for you as well. Like, there may have been that side of it as well. Like, I mean, I forgot what her role. I'd have to look it up, but I know that she did like law work over in Qatar.
I mean, maybe. Again, I don't know. Like, you'd have to ask Nye. She's more of the conspiracy theorist than I am. I just say that if you know Epstein was killed in a cell, and you know that Sarah Guthrie's mom was, or whatever her name is, Savannah Guthrie's mom, was fucking kidnapped, and no one can seem to find her after she did an interview with fucking Epstein and wanted to do a follow-up with Ghislaine Maxwell and do a couple other things, then you know that probably is scary. And I mean, everybody around the Epstein file, except for Maxwell, seems to be either very, very, very fucking quiet, or they die when they come forward or start to talk, or shit happens to them, right? I mean, that's so far the case, right?
Yeah, so Pam Bondi, this is according to Newsweek, so make of it what you will. President Donald Trump, so this is back in 2024. President-elect Donald Trump's new pick for Attorney General once earned $115,000 a month as a registered foreign lobbyist for the Qatari government. So, anyways, make of that what you will.
Yeah, but she was registered under FARA. She did it legally.
Sure, but that doesn't change the fact that she had, like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm not saying that there's fire there, but there's smoke. So, again, I kind of go with you. I actually like your theory of that she ran out of the administration scared for her life, where she's like, I'm not touching that with a fucking 10-foot pole, and I can't blame her. And again, if we actually had a Congress that actually decided to do something, and yes, I'm talking Republicans and fucking Democrats, that a Congress that actually wanted to do something, I think a lot of this stuff could actually be investigated and uncovered, but most of them are implicated in this shit anyways. That's why Nancy Pelosi's never going to go, like, there's literally stock trading apps that you can trade behind Pelosi. Like, these people are corrupt as the day is long. Remember Dan Crenshaw? Remember when he was considered, like, the uprising star of the Republican Party? Like, what happened to him? Like, he's been off to the side as well.
You know what? I will say this, though, Ben. There were people that I would hand the file to saying, hey, go ahead and report on this. Like, you know, for instance, a Bima or a Monica. I'd hand it to them and be like, here you guys go. Have fun with that. Release all that and have fun with that. Because, you know, I wouldn't have any concerns about it.
I got some concern.
Is there anybody that, like, would be a pick for Attorney General that would actually have the balls to release all that shit?
Trey Browning, I would have my money in the bank.
Yeah. He's crazy enough.
I would say that the only person, and it would have to depend on his presidential ambitions, would be DeSantis. But, I mean, I would expect some shit to hit DeSantis. Because, again, it happened in his backyard. It happened in Florida. I mean, you've got that shit going on. He's just... I don't know.
Chief, I would concur that, disregard with that. I mean, that's a great opinion, and, I respect your choice, but I think Browning would, because, dude, I remember Trey Browning just fucking peeling back Hillary. I think classes for fucking asking the questions. Everybody behind TV was fucking wanting to be heard. So I think Browning would be perfect.
Maybe Vivek? I don't know. No, I don't think Vivek would. I don't think Ron DeSantis would, just because I think he's naive enough to think that he's going to be president one day. And, like, I like Ron DeSantis. I think he's done a terrific job as Florida governor. But he's not charismatic at all.
Well, think about this. Miss Fifi brought up a great point. I don't know if she's wanting to come on stage. But you got to remember, Marjorie Taylor Greene, when she was, like, advocating for the victims and went really hard on it, all of a sudden she disappeared and she's no longer on the news, right? She got quiet real fast.
I'm sorry, I have my issues with Marjorie Taylor Greene in the way that she went out. Like, the way that she went out, literally days after she got a huge pension, tells me that she wanted to fight, but she didn't actually want to do anything. She was a paper tiger. I don't have high opinions of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, I agree. I didn't think she was smart.
The only thing I say about Miss Green is I do miss those TikTok workout videos. You know, that's about as worthy as she is, in my opinion.
I think Vivek has too many club ambitions for him to actually do anything about that. Like, I think the only people that would actually go after the Epstein files and all that kind of stuff are people who had nothing to lose. So, there ain't a lot of those in American politics left.
Elon Musk would be the person he could release him if he ever got all of them.
He is an interesting one. I think he might be the odds-on favorite for being like, yeah, I'll release this shit. Like, yeah, let my team go in there and poke around, because I think he's the only one that really can be bought off, and he also has the money for the security team as well.
But Chief, what I thought I heard someone mention elsewhere. I guess Elon Musk, and I could be wrong, was thinking about shutting down X to Europe. Yeah, I thought I saw that on X or something. I don't know. It might be bullshit. Want to hear if anybody had any intel on that.
I haven't heard anything that he was shutting it down. I know he's turned off satellite imagery over Ukraine from his Skynet satellites there. But he, I know it's Skylink. I'm just saying Skynet because, you know, Terminators. But the overall is that I know he's turned that off over Ukraine, and he's preventing nations from using them for military applications. But that's about the only thing I know.
Thank you, Chief.
Paul, it's Thursday. Get out of bed, man. The day's not over.
Chief, I personally want to see Growdy go there because, you know, the way he picked, you know, he basically bulldog Miss Hillary. It's sad. Truly, in my opinion, it's sad that he ended up working at Fox News where he's at now. But, you know, I think he has rather moxie to really not really give a fuck and just put it out there. But the only thing is whoever gets there, the hinklage is how far is, you know, the commander-in-chief willing to go with it, because I don't think he's involved by no means. I'm not insinuating about that. But, you know, it would be, in my opinion, it would be a complete cardiac arrest when the American people and the world find out that all governments are involved with this. And that's just, maybe I'm too humble, maybe I'm just looking at it differently, but I don't think Trump's a part of it, in my opinion, because, you know, we had the Russian dossier that was made up by Hillary and the FBI director under Obama in 16, you know, and friggin', why would they go through that dog and pony show just to make that when if they had credible evidence that they're beating the drums today on? And then it goes to Trump, and then it goes to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. So, you know, it's been transitioned so much, you know, now all of a sudden, it's, you know, Trump is a child toucher and all this, you know. So, like I said, I think it'd be a cardiac arrest, which I think the information needs to be put out there. I do believe that the world needs to show what rich folks and their money can do. And when it comes to this dialogue about Epstein, and this is just my opinion, you know, he's, in opinion, he's that individual that basically got involved so that way it can go his direction. When we all know this. I mean, why do you have a friend who's a plumber? Because you're gonna keep him close. Same with an electrician. Because when that day you need to get something fixed around your house, you're gonna call your friend up, and that friend's gonna have a favor on you. So I think Epstein basically put himself in a situation that no matter what happens, whatever type of backflash or live stream he might get, he's gonna have someone in that black book that he can call up and like, hey, fix this. And that's just my opinion.
That was kind of the point I was trying to make. Really quickly, the current Kalshi betting markets have Lee Zeldin as a 53% chance. So this is not necessarily what's going to happen, but where people are putting their money anyways. There's Lee Zeldin 53, Todd Blanche 25%, Army Dillon at 8%, Ken Paxton at 5%, Ron DeSantis 6%, Mike Lee at 4%, and a smattering of others as well.
So Matt, did you see the breaking news that Pete Hegseth asked the Army Chief of Staff to resign?
Yeah,
I'm posting I'm posting it right now, the link in the chat. You can put it on the top if you want, but he basically asked the Army Chief of Staff to step down, and no one knows. There's no exact example why, but rumors are online that apparently the Chief of Staff, he was talking to him about sending troops to Iraq, and this guy was against it, blah blah blah. Who knows if that's true or not, but that's what X is saying.
That would be wild if that's true. Go ahead, yes. Possible orders, that's crazy.
Yeah, we'll see.
Is Mountain in here?
By the way, did you know, just a side note on birthright citizenship, I just want to let you know, in 1993, there was legislation introduced in the Senate to end birthright citizenship for children of undocumented immigrants. You want to guess who introduced that?
The Democrats?
His name is Senator Harry Reid.
From
Nevada. In 1993, his exact words, no sane country would do that. No sane country would give illegal citizenship. He said, if you, on the floor, if you break our laws by entering this country without permission and give birth to a child, we will reward that child with U.S. citizenship and a guarantee to have full access to all public and social services that society provides. That is ridiculous and stupid. We need to change this.
Well, Republicans for decades have only cared about free markets and whatever gay shit. People and money being able to flow easily.
To be the illegal alien. Can I play what he said? Is that okay, Matt?
Go ahead.
Right. It's enough. How about hold on. If making it easy to be an illegal alien isn't enough, how about offering a reward for being an illegal immigrant? No sane country would do that, right? Yes, again. If you break our laws by entering this country without permission and give birth to a child, we reward that child with U.S. citizenship and guarantee a full access to all public and social services this society provides. And that's a lot of services. Is it any wonder that 2/3 of the babies born at taxpayer expense at county-run hospitals in Los Angeles are born to illegal alien mothers? Just when the American people think nothing can be more absurd than the way we deal, or rather don't deal with illegal immigration, they discover that we have built an asylum system that would qualify us for Senator Max Meyer's Golden Fleece Award 1,000 times over. I don't know why he didn't make this award. He should have.
So, Naveen, I'm just going to push back on your thing about Hegseth's firing I can't remember anybody's name today.
George.
George, yeah, firing George. George is seen in the military community as a more balanced leader. He's not for a lot of change. I know that they have butted heads, and I know that Hegseth has fired a lot of people under him, like told them, you're resigning, you're done. And has removed a lot of people in our military things because he wants a more aggressive approach with the military rather than a laid back, simplified defensive posture. He wants a more assertive group. He wants a streamline. He wants actual measurements, and he wants goals to be attacked. And I know that he was working his way up, and I know that George was doing incremental changes in the Army, not moving fast enough. Like when you do comparison to like what was going on with the Marines, the Navy, and other, the Air Force, I think is probably going to be next on that list. A Space Force, the Coast Guard has changed a lot of their forward things. So what Hegseth is asking, I think, is probably in line with his strategy. But I also think too that he wants to do it in case there is a deployment. Like he wants a leader in there that's aware of the ground. He's aware of how to motivate the men and get those resources there. Because George was just that stoic guy, I want to say Bush type guy, like, it'll be okay. We can kind of go back and forth. Or Obama guy, like, we don't need to really worry about it today. So I just think they've been battling for a while now, so I don't think it's necessarily just the Iran thing.
Of course. I was just saying what a rumor going around X, Brad, so I didn't know for sure, so that's why. And another thing also that's going around X, again, this may not be true, Matt, but I'll catch you by that, is that Pam Bondi was fired in part because President Trump believes she tipped off Eric Swallow's well, according to Daily Mail, so you can take it for what it's worth. But Trump believes Bondi tipped off Swallow's well about FBI's effort to share investigative documents about his relationship with an alleged Chinese spy. The FBI was preparing a cache of documents on Swallowell's relationship with Christine Fang. She's intervening in those matters. The White House wasn't pleased she was intervening due to her personal friendship with Swallowell.
Matt, a little off topic, but I saw something in my feed, Mr. Matt, about the bullet for Charlie Kirk. Didn't match. Is that whole bullshit, or is there's some weight to the gold on that?
FBI already talked about that. He had a good explanation. I don't know if you're still there.
It's just that the bullet was too deformed, which they said is it's fairly common. The bullet was too deformed to conclusively say it was fired from that rifle. That's all. It doesn't rule. It did not show that it didn't come from that rifle.
Wait, did anyone hear what I said about? Anyone hear what I said about Bondi?
I don't think it's that so much. I think there's conflicts, and maybe that was part of the tipping point. But honestly, I think it's the way she handled the Epstein, Naveen. And again, we were talking about it for like an hour, before you got in here. So that's probably why nobody's really jumping on it.
But if she, I'm more concerned about, forget if that's the reason or not. I'm more concerned because I'm just looking up. She did have a personal relationship with Swallow's well. And what I don't get is these people have personal friendships with the other side and never say to them, hey, use your relationship to say, back the F down, stop going after it. Like, you had a personal relationship with this guy. He was leading the impeachment thing against her. I mean, whatever. Anyway.
I mean, yeah, that bullet Bondi can be considered deep state in a way. I've always been side-eyeing her for a while now. So, I mean, just the way she, handles her business is just very deep state. Because she was the one that was really promoting the Epstein files way more than Trump. Trump never really did any of it.
I know she was. That's why when she backed down, Matt, I was like, okay, what would make her back down? And the only thing I can think of is, holy shit, I'm dead. We're dead. We're all dead. Anybody touches this, we're dead.
Hey,
I posted the X list.
I don't
disagree with none of that, man. I don't disagree with none of that, but we gotta stop COVID on our side, trying to pretend like Trump wasn't all for it, like the whole, as far as campaigning, campaigning on Epstein. He went a little hard on it, bro. You gotta admit it.
I just disagree completely, Blake. Blake, he didn't campaign once on it.
He never mentioned it from rallies. There was one interview.
I just disagree on that one.
Yeah, one interview he did towards the end where he said he was going to release the JFK files, and he said, "I'm going to release Epstein." Like this, someone asked him, "Will you do it?" And he said, "Yes."
Listen, like I get what you're saying. Like obviously, if you have surrogates of people that you hired that are, pushing it going forward, it still ends up at your desk. Still, I get that.
Yeah.
And all that, but we just want to be very clear on the technical part of it. Is that he didn't really campaign. Unless you can show me some videos, Blake, go for it. But in theory, he never really campaigned on it. But
he only answered directly by news reporters. His statements were that he never liked Epstein, really, and that he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago, and those were direct answers. And he usually steered away from the Epstein files as a whole. He didn't campaign saying, "Oh yes, we're going to go after them." Like that wasn't him. That was actually came from others.
That's what I'm saying. The surrogates around him. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, Blake. I just think that sometimes people think like one little thing, and then they assume that Trump was all on board with it. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but go ahead, Blake. Yeah.
I'm gonna look into it, man, because there definitely could be some Mandela effect going on. But the feeling of people like me, conservatives on the right like me, we're just like on that wave that like this is a possibility. This is the closest thing to a possibility of maybe even cracking this, just cracking the window on this whole ordeal with Trump. So I'm gonna look into it, man. And if I'm right, you fucking guys owe me a drink. And
no, I want you to prove me wrong, because I have been looking around for years, for months, and looking around going, wait a minute, did he actually really campaign on it officially?
I don't.
So maybe you have something I don't have.
I can't find a video anywhere where he stood on a podium and said, "We're going to do this."
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like all I find is always the same thing where he answers the one reporter saying, I'll look into releasing them.
Yeah, because she was listing out things that he would look into, and he said for sure on one or two or three of them. And then when he got to the Epstein files, he's like, "Well, I'll look into it." Actually, the other three before were, I'm definitely looking into it. Let's put it that way. That's what I was trying to get at. So, I'll look around still further, but as far as I know, it was Pam Bondi, and who's the other person? Well, Pash Patel, for that matter. Which, by the way, King Nab, are you still here? Yeah. He looks like he might be on the hook, too, here coming up. I was just reading something about that guy. So, I don't know. There's something weird going on. I don't know. There's like a triangulation of deep state trying to get in on Trump or something. I don't know. It's very strange stuff going on right now.
Well, Kash Patel's been under fire since he took office. He's done some good things. He's done a lot of good things, but I think really all in all, I think Trump is really pissed how the Epstein file has stuck to him. Like Democrats have succeeded in that area, and he's like, "You don't have anything on me, so why is this clouding every other initiative that I want to do?" And I think he's really pissed at a lot of individuals for not doing what they were supposed to.
I think it could be onto something the more I think about it. So you're saying the fact that these folks went out there and made a big deal all around the Epstein files, like Bondi did and Patel, that he's actually kind of just infuriated that they actually went ahead and fell for it. Like in his opinion, the hoax part is, falling into the hands of the Democrats in that way, not the actual, victims and, all those problematic things that keep coming up.
Hey, Matt, our lovely Ukrainian crybabies.
Who? I don't even know who that is.
The Ukrainian crybaby from yesterday that was saying that America hasn't done shit for Trump or some bullshit.
Oh, wow. But Viking, that's the same thing that you were thinking too, right? It was just like he's kind of furious that these folks went out there and made him look like a fool, that they were actually going to go all the way through with this or something,
Yeah, it's like when his first time up with the Russia hoax, and then you got the AG sitting up there going, "Oh well, I'm going to recuse myself." I can imagine Trump was just like, "Are you fucking kidding me? I put you in that position to handle this stupid shit. You know it's fraudulent." And there you go.
I did kind of Russia hoaxy part two, kind of. You're right about that.
Yeah, and
It does have all the flavor.
if there was anything on it, Republicans would love to have impeached Trump. Like,
That's true, too.
There's a large contingent of them, and the other ones would have remained silent. They just shut up, they just disappeared and said, "Oh, I was always just going along playing for fun. I'm not really MAGA." They would have done that shit in a quick piece. Democrats would have had it, the impeachment would have been started, and Trump would have been in jail before this is over. If there was anything credible, if you think that they didn't scour all of that looking for everybody, the first thing they checked was their own names and what was connected to them. The second one they checked was Trump. And so all these people scoured it. They're still scouring it, looking for evidence. We're just getting the ramifications because we're able to talk about it a little bit more, because the only people they concerned themselves with was how much exposure they were going to have versus and what Donald Trump's connection was. And then after that, no one cares about Ellen, Whoopi, Branson, fucking Mark John, any of these fucking individuals down on the list. They don't give a fucking shit about them.
But now this gets really dicey, because if you think about it, like I was saying, I'm starting to more so side-eye Pam Bondi and a couple other people a little bit, because if you think about it, all they have to do is make some little data entry and like backdate it. I mean, this stuff is like, it is conspiracy kind of like, but all it takes is one little like doubting that Trump is involved in all this to really make things, like fucked up, If they can go back, like I can totally see Pam Bondi going back and like putting in some entry. All it is just like, hey, I got this accusation. You came through a hotline and like, let's run with this. You know what I mean? Just to kind of like frame Trump again,
I mean,
like
they made up a dossier and gave it to the FBI and said it was evidence, and they hired from fucking England, and it was like allegedly true. So like, I'm not putting it past them. I just think what Trump is expecting is like, you should have handled this shit. I don't need to be dealing with this 24/7. I've got a fucking conflict going on over here. I've got gas prices.
Yeah, at this point, anything's on the table. I mean, for all this shit seen in the past with all these other, seems like conspiracy setups of some sort against him. I mean, I think anything's possible.
Oh, and one more thing. I want to thank you, Christians, for giving me Good Friday off. I appreciate all of you.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, we're talking about the bullet. So apparently, from what I understand, is that what I was told was that bullet was fired, and apparently when it hit a bone, and I guess when a bullet hits a bone, it deforms or it shatters, I guess. And so that's why the bullet did not match whatever it was to the gun. So I don't know anything about guns, so just take their word for it.
But if he gets off, like, let's look at this legally. If this kid gets off from killing Charlie Kirk, you guys, you better BLM, man. You better Black Lives Matter. You better be in the streets, man, burning shit down. Like, you better hit that university and knock it out of the park.
Okay, so what if he does get off? Because if he gets off, like, what will the conspiracy theorists who come on here and are on social media all the time, all the fucking Candace Owenses of the world, like, what will they if he gets off?
Erica Kirk did it. She hired somebody, and there was a second gunman that wasn't identified. Well,
okay.
Comes this story.
But if he gets convicted, then obviously.
Netanyahu did it.
But I'm saying, well, if he gets convicted, then they're gonna say like their narrative is already made up. They're gonna say, well, he was the fall guy and he didn't actually do it. I'm just saying if he gets let off the hook, like it's shit's gonna be crazy.
Well, the thing is he already confessed to it. He confessed to it, and I'm sure when they interrogated him, I'm sure he confessed to that too. So I think this guy's fucked. You know, no matter what, whether they find her, whether they don't find her, whatever. Like, I think the guy's.
I thought he didn't confess like fully. Am I wrong?
I think he did it.
No, he fully confessed to his dad. He said, "I did it." So
to his dad, right?
To his dad, yeah. Which is
that's inadmissible.
Oh.
They're going to say Benjamin Yahoo had someone do it.
Like I said, I think he did it. I don't think it's so like especially with the verbiage surrounding the transgender issue. I don't think it's crazy to think that he did it.
We all know he probably did it. If he gets off, I'm just curious to see what people will do because I'll think it's shitty, but I mean like he's dead. As soon as he's released, he's dead. Someone's gonna go kill him. But I mean,
well, there was a guy that was dressed up as a like a brush, or some kind of a bush or something like that. That might have been the guy, but who knows? It's
But help me understand that, Brad. Like, why do you think his life would be in danger if he gets acquitted? Why do you think his life would be in danger? Because I feel like
I can tell you that there's a whole war going on with the really extreme right side. You got like Milo lipping on ass. You got a whole bunch of these people that are fucking all talking about it. And you've got like Candace Owens, like one of the biggest grifters of the Republican side. I'm going to call it like I say it. She's just grifting off of this. Yeah, she was friends. She did a lot of things, but she also grifts the fuck out of it. And then I think they're going to spark enough where you're going to get some 22-year-old radicalized on fucking Reddit or Discord that's going to go out there and shoot this fucking kid saying, fuck you, we're going to take that. And probably create a kind of a bit of a wedge, create more political violence. So why would you not think it is?
The reason I don't think the reason I don't think his life would be in danger is because I feel like all the crazy nutjobs that would pull the trigger on something like that are all on the other side of the issue. Meaning that like if he gets acquitted for it, then everybody's going to be like, well, it was the Jews that did it anyway. So like Tyler Robinson is innocent. Like I feel like all the Candace Owens of the world and all the crazies on that section of, I don't even want to say it's a conservative movement. They're about as conservative as Zohar Mamdani is a Democrat, right? So like the far right crazies, the grifters as you call them, which I 100,000% agree with, the Nick Fuenteses of the world and the people that make the trolls and all that kind of shit. Like I just like I see them going the other way on that. Like I don't see that many well-meaning conservatives that would actually be like, yeah, Tyler Robinson did it, so therefore we need to put a bullet in them. Maybe I'm sure there's a few.
You know how many like wannabe KKK latte like groups are out there thinking they're all badass right now, and they go by groypers and they go by we're gonna resurrect the neo-socialist workers party and shit like that, and they talk about this in real life. They're all about this shit.
I'm sure.
If some guy that like wants to like play tummy sticks with a trans person gets away with killing Charlie Kirk, who they revere as somebody who was speaking the truth and he was speaking against Jews, you're going to see anti-Semitism go up. This kid's going to be dead, and then you're going to see a lot more violence go on. It's just going to. It's a cycle.
I feel like they're all in lockstep behind the fact that they don't think that Tyler Robinson did it. So again, we'll see what happens if he gets acquitted, but I just think they're in lockstep saying that Tyler Robinson is the fall guy and that he doesn't actually have anything to do with it. So I feel like if he gets acquitted, I wouldn't say he becomes a hero to them, but they don't look at him. They just look at him as somebody that like got caught up in it.
All I do know is Charlie Kirk's wife is a little too sensitive against Drewski. targeting a comedian or making a comedian skit. I mean, come on. Dave Chappelle has made worse skits, you know, than what Drewski did. You know?
Well, I'm not gonna go after a woman who fucking just had her husband popped off in the neck for all the world to fucking see, and she's sitting at home with a couple of kids. I'm not saying that she's not blameless in any of it.
Okay, I mean, you know, I get
She's not a fucking perfect being.
I get the climax, but, you know, don't get me so fucking sensitive. I mean, he's a comedy, you know, member, you know, Democrats make fun of Republicans, just like Republicans have made comedy skits about Crockett, Obama, freaking Joe Biden. I mean,
Sure, but you're
just saying.
No, I get you, and I saw the Democrats' treatment of fucking. What was the governor? Why am I blanking on her name? Somebody help me out here. The governor of Alaska.
Shit, now you got me wondering too. Oh, Sarah Palin.
Sarah Palin, thank you. And like they raped her ass over the coals, and I'm like, yeah, she's a little crazy, and you know, says she can see Alaska from her house or whatever. But like, come on, like the amount of shit that she got, like. I think Erica Kirk is not blameless, and yeah, I agree with you. She should just shut her mouth, and like if she shut, like the reaction is gonna her reacting to it is gonna make it so much worse, right? But like, it's also like one of those things where it's like this woman just had her fucking prominent right-wing husband killed in broad daylight, and now people are going after her and her family on both the left and the right. Like, I think she's entitled to be like, hey, this is fucking bullshit. And again, I think if she just sat at home and let it all fly over, then they wouldn't be a reaction to it. I feel like most of the stuff with the Drewski stuff is like most of the news, or not news, but most of the shit I'm seeing on social about it is her reacting to it. It's not the actual skit.
I think she's all right. I mean, it's been what, like 9 months now at this point since Charlie Kirk was assassinated. I think she's okay. So I also think she's kind of acting like a fucking snowflake about it with her reactions. I mean, he's a comedian. Like, this is what comedians do. And it's kind of like, and I enjoy this, actually, this side of comedy a lot. The counterculture comedians, that's kind of what that is. So it's like, you know, relax, take a chill pill.
Who's a comedian? You're trying to be one? Go ahead.
I'm trying to what? Excuse me? What'd you say, Joe?
I thought you were trying to be one. I was surprised.
Drewski. No, I didn't say any jokes. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. And besides that, it's been 9 months. See, there's a lot of bitches out there that move on to a new boo after 6 months, 3 months. So I'm just saying, I mean, you know, she's just bringing the attention back to herself.
Yeah, I think it's both. She's bringing the attention back to herself, and also, again, her husband was shot in broad daylight 9 months ago by a fucking gunman. Like she wasn't. Erica Kirk was not really. She was a model or whatever, but like she wasn't like. The entire thing was like her entire thing was Charlie Kirk, right? Like that's, you know, he was the well-known one. So like I feel like people are way too hard on her for the way that she's acting and that kind of shit. Again, I'm not saying that she's a perfect fucking human being, but the way that she's getting dragged by both the left and the right, I think it's just kind of crazy for, again, who's like, people are going after her. She shouldn't grieve this way. She should grieve this way. She should do this. She shouldn't do this. It's like, it's just like, how many of us know what that's like to be in the situation that she finds herself in? Like, nobody has any clue what that poor woman is going through. Like, she's a fucking grieving widow. Like, yeah, it's gonna take longer than 9 months. Like, she's got a couple of kids, like young kids at home. Like, anyways, I'm not the biggest Erica Kirk defender, and like I said before, if she just shut her mouth, all this stuff would just fly over. Her reaction.
Widows from fallen military service personnel, you know, they get a month or two of a grievance council, and then they start packing their shit up and telling them, then pretty much say, hey, tell us where you're going, you know? So, hey, I mean, everybody else has to move the fuck on. I get the concept, but she's just bringing the drama back for herself.
Sure.
You know, I
think it's both. Like, there's plenty of women that go through have horrible things happen to their husbands and never ever marry again. One that sticks in my mind right now is Steve Irwin, his wife. Like, said, no, I'm my happily ever after. Like, that's all I need. Like, she's never going to marry again. Like, and like, I think that that's totally understandable, right? Like, I don't think that there's a rule book or a rubric when it comes to dealing with the death of a spouse, especially, again, if there's kids involved and all of that kind of stuff. And the legacy, the massive legacy of Charlie Kirk. So I just think I think it's sickening to watch people like fucking... I think it's sickening to see people like fucking Ken Owens is doing and like fucking dragging this shit through the ringer. I think it's gross, and to Brad's point, she's a fucking grifter. It's disgusting. I'm not saying she shouldn't have the right to do it. I'm saying she's a fucking piece of shit for doing it.
Yeah, I used to like Candace Owens, but after the whole Charlie Kirk thing, that was very off-putting for me. Actually, I went through a couple different emotions with her. I didn't like her at first, and then I started to like her, and now I don't like her again. So, yeah, I definitely think she's grifting off of the Charlie Kirk thing, and I wasn't even a Charlie Kirk fan. It's just it's too much. You're doing too much.
I feel exactly the same way. I thought she was really stupid in the beginning and didn't have anything really informative to say. She went on Joe Rogan and just got shellacked. And like really didn't have a clue what she was talking about. She just was somebody who didn't get invited to the party and was complaining about it. And then the Republicans were like, you're black and you're interesting, so let's have you join our cause. And then she actually realized the fact that she wasn't that educated on a lot of the topics she was talking about. And to her credit, she did a lot of reading and did a lot of research and actually became really interesting and became a really fascinating, thought-provoking person. And then, like you say, like it just completely went off the fucking deep end. So, and I think that there's a lot more to her and Charlie's relationship. If there's speculation, that's my speculation. That is speculation, to be clear. But like, I think that it sounds to me like she got denied. Like that's just her messaging and the way that she's going about this whole thing screams that a couple of years before she left Turning Point, when she left Turning Point was a couple of years. Like it was right around the time that Charlie and Erica got together, and it just seems to me like. I don't know. It seems like they were on tour together doing a lot of TP USA events, Jordan Peterson and a bunch of other people, and that she got denied. Like that's exciting. And then she went and married a white dude after a month of knowing him. They have a couple kids together. More power to her. But then she went off the fucking deep end.
I don't know if it's a sap or not, but I don't care if I ever hear Jordan Peterson's name again.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson.
That's nice, right?
Bye. I stinker bug.
But now you have Nick Fuentes recently came out and said that he's going to vote Democrat and that he's encouraging all his followers to vote Democrat. So, and I'm sure his followers would be like, he's being sarcastic or whatever. Anytime he says something, they go, you can't take a joke. But like, that's the direction of that wing of the quote-unquote Republican Party is they're just going on, they're swinging all the way around to the left.
I say free Charleston White. I like Charleston White. He's a good conservative. Put some fucking realism, out there. Could you imagine Charleston White at a college campus with these kids? I'm sorry. Charleston White, I think he'll be a good person.
Oh, y'all graduated, not gonna be shit.
We actually talking. Mike, thank you, appreciate you.
Oh, what the fuck?
My man, look at him.
You good, Anthony. Two cuss outs in a day, so you know.
What's up, champ? I hope all is well, bro.
All good,
man. I can't complain, man. So yeah, here's what's up, man. Listen, Drewski is a comedian. Are we so uptight now that we can't laugh and shit? Like, I don't really care. I thought the skit was somewhat funny. I think Erica's been acting kind of kooky. I'm sorry if you disagree. God knows she's probably been through a lot. She's a young wife, mother, and her husband got murked. I could only imagine what she's going through, but she's had a very unique reaction to the situation. All right, and if he feels like making fun as a comedian of that shit, The world is too sensitive. Fuck all this political correctness and all that bullshit. You know, that freedom of speech can cut real deep. It is what it is.
This part is that you did, not you, Edward, but what is it, Stimpy? I probably know you. To say, like, going on college campuses and talking to voters, half of those fucking kids have never voted in their life. They don't even know how to go up to the polls and vote.
That's why I say Johnson won't be perfect. That's why I say Johnson won't be perfect. When they start spouting that dumb shit, he'll call them out, you know? But, you know, I agree with Anthony. That's why I brought it up. When people start bashing Drewski, you know, Erica, okay, she's a widow. Okay, we understand what she went through. But you know what? We're going to target comedians for being comedians. You know, shit, let's go to Dave Chappelle. Let's go to Chris Rock. Let's go to Ralph May. Let's start targeting them all. Let's go to Saturday fucking Night Live. You know, I'm just saying. You know, you can't bitch about something and then turn around and it be okay with your side doing the same thing. That's all I'm fucking.
So just to play devil's advocate, when have right-wing comics ever gone after left-wingers and really gotten away with it on any real scale? You're talking about SNL. Aaron, when was the last time a joke was done at the Democrats' expense on SNL? Because I can think of plenty at the conservatives. And again, it's comedy. And I like Dave Chappelle. I think Dave Chappelle, particularly his older stuff and the Dave Chappelle show, and I mean, that shit was some of the funniest TV I've ever watched in my life. This is like, that's the songs of my youth is the Dave Chappelle show. And what was the guy's name? The black guy who was blind. Remember the KKK? Somebody's gonna remember his name.
Bixby.
Exactly. Some of the seriously, some of the funniest stuff I've ever watched in my life. But let's not be fucking naive here. And again, SNL has been the biggest suppository, whatever you want to call it, depository, whatever, of left-wing propaganda. Like, that's been crazy, and it's been that way for years and years and years and years and years. There's not a fucking right-winger alive that's, you know, like on SNL. It's just not. That's their entire fucking brain.
I want to go next step. Just 1 second, bro. 1 second. So I want to respond to what Ben is saying. So Ben, these days it's damn near an oxymoron to find, you know, a right-wing comedian. That shit is a funny concept in of itself. The thing is, the right wing can actually take a joke. You know what I'm saying? Like, the right wing is cool with turning the other cheek. The right wing is cool with, you know, continuing conversation. I want you to go into some of these left wing spaces in here, and I want you to see how they try to shut down conversation and shout you down and you know, not allow you to finish your thought or your idea. I want you to see how, like, the green bean is abused in these, you know, left-wing spaces. I want you to see who, like, how, like, certain elements of the left wing are, you know, advocating and aggressively pursuing violence. This shit is fucking out of control. The right wing, you know, they're the party that's really willing to have the difficult conversations. It's like, we can agree to disagree. We can have different ideas. But you know, the left, they wanna chop your head off. They wanna come with you. They wanna come for you. They wanna come for your family. This is what goes on.
So I agree with you most of what you're saying. What I will say is I think that Donald Trump in a lot of ways was kind of that middle finger, right? Where it's like, well, you're gonna go after people that are fucking boring like Ted Cruz. You're gonna go after people like, and again, I'm not saying that any of these people or Erica Kirk are immune from being made fun of. Like, they're not at all. But again, like you say, right wingers can take a joke. Yeah, I think right wingers can take a joke. But I also think that they, like, right wingers also, the average Joe Schmo, not far right wing, just dyed in the wool, just normal fucking conservative who's just out there living their lives, are not stupid enough to think that, like, that it isn't that way, right? That the fact that all of the jokes, all all the jokes seem to always slant in the same direction. Exactly to your point, like how many right-wing comics are there, right? Like how many people are out there making inflammatory jokes about the left? You're right. The left-wingers will shut them down. They'll shut them down. They'll go, well, you have freedom of speech, but you don't have freedom from consequences and all the other tired out shit, right? Like, look at what they did with Dave Chappelle when he went after with transgenderism. They tried to cancel his ass for that. Like, it's crazy. Like, the left wing has no stomach when it comes to that stuff. Like, it's crazy. And, like, there are a few comics out there who are, I would say, more on the right wing, but a lot of them are clean, right? It's people like Nate Bargatze. It's people like John B. Christ. It's people like Derek Stroop. Like, it's like all of these guys. Like, and again, they're not even, it's such a tame version. And yet Drewski or any of these people will come out and make these really, really crazy inflammatory statements about right wing, what they want to do to Trump or whatever. I think the closest thing you could say to approximate a conservative comedian, and I don't think he's conservative at all, is Shane Gillis. And Shane Gillis is freaking hilarious. But like, I mean, again, half of his shit he's mocking Trump. So I agree with you. Like, I agree with you wholesale. I think we're on the same page. So I wish there was more of that. So I just think it's hilarious when we say, oh, conservatives have thick skin. Yeah, well, they do because they have to. Because like, what are you gonna do as a conservative? You either laugh at the joke and move on with your life, or like, if you react to it, you get the Erica Kirk treatment. People go, oh, I can't believe you're laughing at it. It's just a joke. All of the jokes always end in the same direction. I don't think it's outrageous to call that out and say, hey, this is kind of silly. Yeah, she's a grieving widow. Yeah, she needs to get over it. Yeah, she needs to do this. She needs to do that. And also, like, pointing out a double standard is not the worst thing in the world either.
Seen a counterculture comedian get arrested 2 times last year. His name's Robbie, or his comedian name is Robbie Roadsteamer. And what he likes to do is he goes to protests and he sings silly songs that are, obviously they're comedic. But he got arrested twice last year for that, and I thought that was fucking crazy. I think really what we're seeing is more so, I don't know if I want to say it's right or left, because I don't think that's accurate. But there's some kind of culture that's happening between both sides of the aisle where, freedom of speech is just being shit on. Like, let's be real about it. I mean, we've seen it in COVID. We're seeing it, just since COVID, I would say it's just been an uprise of this. So this is very problematic, and I'm not a fan of it.
Well, let me push back, because I forget who it was. God, I should know this by now, but I'm just gonna put it out there. I mean, is there any limits to comedic speech? Would you say, Coco, or can you just, is everything able to you? And I'll think of the example I was thinking.
Yeah, I would say if you make you can't go out and make terroristic threats and say a comedy or something like that. I would say that's probably got to be the limit there.
Well,
right?
that's where I was going, because I think the Charlie Kirk thing, that's been all the cancellations and people losing their jobs around that. Remember that? And I guess they're not comedians, but I think there was a comedian who did something. I can't think of it right this minute, but so that's the kind of thing, like you probably wouldn't be for someone making a joke about saying, well, why don't you go and do the same to, insert politician's name that they did to Charlie Kirk. Like that's like can we let that go, or that's what you mean by
But that would still be considered or not harm our standing members or our states. No.
There are limits, right? Because it does make it sound like, the people that are pro-comedian, let everything go, let everything be on the table. But it sounds like we do have some, limits that we're all wait a minute, you can't really do that. That's not, cool, But just double-checking that, yeah.
I think there's also, I think, Coco, what you're talking about is suffocation of free speech, where, I guess we have to some degree seen the government, if in the specifics of it, you saw this with Elon Musk and when he bought Twitter, and like a lot of the Twitter files, I feel like the Twitter files went to some degree unreported. Like there was a lot of talk of them on here, but there wasn't a ton of talk like in the mainstream media. There wasn't a ton of talk, but there was so much of suffocating in the mainstream media when it came to a lot of the way speech was censored on Twitter. We know with the lead up to the Biden laptop stuff and all that kind of stuff. I also would just want to say really quick, after Donald Trump got shot in the ear, it was Kyle Gass, who's the cohort to Jack Black in Tenacious D. I think it was, and somebody can quote, like, I think the story's more or less accurate. He said on stage next time, in regards to the shooter, he said next time don't miss.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. That was one of them too.
So
a whole bunch of them.
I don't think that he necessarily, I don't think like anybody approached him about it legally. I don't know, maybe they did, but it was like, it suddenly became taboo in the media where it's like, hey, don't do shit like that. Like, that's not okay. And then there was another one involving Jimmy Kimmel, but I can't remember exactly.
Right, it's all coming back to me too. There was a whole bunch of these things.
But again, I think that legally speaking, I think it's important to make that differentiation in this conversation. Is like, there's a difference here between like what the government is doing and versus like again, I would call it more suffocation of free speech. Yeah. And it's not to say that it's one is worse than the other. Obviously, it's bad, but it's important to make that differentiate.
Well, I think it's fair that everybody.
I'm sorry, man.
Oh, go ahead, Anthony. Yeah. I'm curious to hear what you think about what we're saying, because you kind of.
No,
go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm right. I'm right in line with what you guys are saying. But and it's interesting that we're having this conversation now. And the reason why is Supreme Court, they had a decision this week, and the decision was, the ruling came down 8-1, and we all know who the one dissenter was, right? And the irony of it, really came down to a free speech case. This was the basis of the case. It was really about free speech. And if you read the dissenter's opinion, why they dissented, it's so intellectually inconsistent with all of her other rulings. It's a head. It just doesn't make any sense. So we have the left, who they want to, when it's convenient for them, they want to push, freedom of speech and freedom of choice and things of that nature. And when it's inconvenient for them, they want to emphasize, the government's role in limiting speech and enforcing certain rules. It's so intellectually inconsistent. It's horrible. And it's it makes me wonder, do these people actually stop and think about their stances?
It's Ketanji Brown Jackson, if those of you who don't know who he's talking about. She's stone cold, straight up fucking nuts. It's crazy.
Worst Supreme Court justice ever. Demonstratively so. Ever.
But, by the way, by all metrics, too, they did I gotta find this, but they did a report about just the number of words she used. I don't know if you saw that report. It was insane.
Yo, Matt, she doesn't even come close in the oral arguments than any other justice. And you know who talks the least? Clarence Thomas. Right. Do you know who has the most written opinions in the history of the Supreme Court by far? The most prolific Supreme Court justice ever? Exactly. Ding, 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 ding.
And, okay, Monica, you did mention that. I didn't hear that I'm still trying to, figure that out. You're saying that she kind of went to bat in the case yesterday. I'm hearing mixed reviews on that, but did you want to say something about that or no?
That wasn't my argument. That was someone else's on stage said she did well.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. That's what you were saying. Okay. Yeah, no, I'll find that report. It was just, I guess that's subjective. I just said, I think it's a good metric to go by. I just gotta find the report. I was my mouth opened. I'm like, wait a minute, these are all just ridiculous numbers for a Supreme Court justice in the history of it. And she's breaking all records for all the wrong reasons. You know what I mean? So carry on. I'll find it.
It's crazy, dude. Like, it's crazy.
For one, you guys, so we have the liberals siding with the conservatives, everybody except for one person. That, like, I want you guys to really read this shit and understand it's so friggin' bad.
So, Anthony, maybe this is wishful thinking. Is there any precedent for her getting ousted?
Fortunately, no. You know, what I think the Democrats want to do, you know, like, is they want to expand the Supreme Court. That's the, you know, that's their game plan ultimately, is to add more justice to the Supreme Court. But, you know, in terms of getting her ousted, you know, I think she's going to continue to embarrass herself. There are a bunch of people that watch the Supreme Court really, really closely. And what it is, you know, that metric that Matt is mentioning, I hope he finds it, because it's like, it's damning. There are multiple people on, you know, like, that really don't agree with much, that are talking about how much of a travesty she is as a justice. And I know you know, there's certain groups that are protected and you can't criticize them. So I didn't even mention her name initially. Somebody else did. I think it was you, Ben. Thank you. And there's just certain people you can't really criticize.
I'm also from Brooklyn as well. And you're really low, Beaver. What?
I was hoping Brooklyn would come on stage,
Oh, Brooklyn? Okay.
but she's gone.
Oh, I see. That's what you meant. Okay.
Be careful what you wish for.
So, Andy, it's so funny because, you know, I'm obviously in the rooms that you were in, and I'm always told I'm the chicken shit bitch for not coming up on stage, which I actually do come up on stage. But then when I ask them to come over on my stage, they don't show up. You know what I mean? Like, you can't make this up. So, I just told them, I'm like, listen, if you want me on your stage, you have to come to my stage. And all of them are just like, yeah, sure, well, I'll be there. And, you never see any of them, you know?
Absolutely, Matt, you know, but, you know, honestly, I go out of my way not to, you know, not even entertain the bullshit. You know, I'm happy. Ideally, you know, it would be great if there was some, neutral corner on Clubhouse where we could just go and hash it out. Because, you know what goes on in certain rooms, Matt. You already know, man.
But that was happening.
Everybody here thinks they're fucking gangsters, so stop doing gangster fucking shit. That's what annoys me about here. On a keyboard, they're fucking gangster. On the mic, they're fucking gangster. But then you say, hey, where you want to, have a conversation at? Shit, oh man, I didn't catch that message till lately.
You step. Now, real talk, right? There have been a number of people that have died stemming from beef that originated on this app. It's more than one or two people that have literally died. And I want you to, really consider that. How stupid it is. Somebody disagrees with your ideas, the words you're saying, so bad that now we need to meet up and exchange gunfire. We need to, meet up and whatever. Where's the logic? What's the sense? Make it make sense.
No, there's no way you can, Anthony. I'm just saying, it's just my concept is why I put it in this, is in real life, if you was having a conversation with a individual, most people are not about that business. Most people, they're not going to run their mouth the way that they do that on Clubhouse or the way that they chat. Because the real life is you don't know that motherfucker's going to swing. That's the reality. So because there's that distance on a phone, They're not going to be like that. I'm just saying, like, you know, but if they do want to meet up, I would say no. Why? Because you know the intention. You know, I like to be on my business, and someone's going to get put down, and that's not going to benefit me because I can't say, hey, I've defended myself when I ended up basically convincing the individual to come over and handle business. That's what I'm just saying on a legal end. The reality is, Anthony, there's a lot of keyboard warriors, there's a lot of pop shot mouth individuals here, and it doesn't really bother me, dude. It doesn't. It's just comical. It's comical. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you 100%. You know, listen, you know, for defensive purposes only, you know, have multiple $1 million of insurance, got umbrella insurance. You know, listen, I'm not proactively seeking out any conflicts with anyone. I will defend myself to the fullest extent of the law. You will not catch me lacking. I am a firm believer in the Second Amendment. Firm believer. So however, I'm not looking for any problems. I will defend myself accordingly.
I agree with you, Anthony. I'm not encouraging people to go out and, you know, have those dog and pony dances with each other. I'm just making an on-site observation. In real life, if you were to meet a motherfucker, you know, at the gas station, Piggly Wiggly, or wherever, you ain't gonna run that trash of yours the way you are now. Or, well, not you direct, I'm just saying that how they do on, or the way that they go in the chat. You know, because you don't know what that motherfucker that is. You don't know if that's an individual, that's a fight motherfucker. There are people out there that, you know, they have no issue throwing fucking hands real quick. But I encourage people just to show a little modesty. Sometimes you can be more. My gunnery sergeant Anthony used to say this.